playday of Korea League group stage. Just like yesterday, we'll have 4 best of ones ahead of ourselves today. My name is Anne, I'll be your host. Joining me on the desk as well as on the cast, we'll have Fluke and Hep once again today. Welcome back. I'm excited to be here again after yesterday. How are the two of you feeling?
Pretty good, pretty great, pretty ready for some more Korean Siege, really. I want some upsets and I want some things to shake the tree.
Yeah, yesterday we saw, a couple of the first looks of teams and their new changes that were made. Some fully as expected, working out well, and for others still longing a little bit as to see what else they really do have in the chamber.
There's still time to grow. There's still time to development. There's still a few play days ahead. But yeah, like you mentioned, let's have a look at what happened yesterday, as we did see our teams have their very first matchup of the season. And we're looking at the standings as we currently speak. It was a great start for Fear X, D+, PSG Talon, and Blossom, as they all were able to win their games. Nothing silly like overtimes or anything either. Just 3 points on the board for them. And then I think the biggest disappointment that we can say, it's almost as if the script completely flipped. Weble, who ended first last stage, are now all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest surprise. I don't think they had an easy game. Fear X played very well, but you wanted more from them. It was the roughest sort of first step in. Do I think they'll end the league at 8th? No, not in 100 years. But you've got to sort of shake that off now because, well, you're going into the harder game today.
Yeah, for sure. There is going to be a lot of tough games going on here, and the kind of reason for that is that Fear X, D+, Kia, and PSG Talon, none of them play each other, which means that 3 teams are already going to have a really tough fight. The big 3 of Korea. So it is going to be a very interesting day. Also, where we get just a little bit of a clearer look of where the mid to lower end of the table will be potentially looking like.
Yeah, all of our matches today will actually have a winner and a loser from yesterday, so that means it'll shake up a lot more, I guess, after today, because there will be more difference between the points, obviously, coming in after that. Like you said, Emmy, we will have a very difficult game today as well, as if Fear X yesterday wasn't enough. They also have to go up against PSG Talon today, and then our second game of the day will be BNA versus Fear X. We'll be moving on to Orglis versus D+ after that one, and then we'll end the day with Mir versus Blossom. Both these teams are in the lower half last stage, so yeah, once again, who can get that better start of the season starting right here? And I can assume that we're all very excited for this very first game happen. Is there any one of the other games that you're excited about as well?
I'm actually quite excited about the last one, because Blossom, of course, they managed to get that victory in. I expected more from Mir, and I still think that they have the opportunity to potentially, set themselves in as a top 4, maybe top 5 team. But this is the kind of game that they need to show it for, because Blossom, they had a really good start in stage 1. Weren't quite able to make that last, as after like the first 3 play days, it kind of fell through for them. So yeah, it's a good starting point.
The worry is, with the shape of games today, we could end up with our leaderboard with 4 teams on 6 points and 4 teams on 0 points. And that's not entirely out of the question. And that's kind of the worst thing that you want to happen as the start of a league, really, is you don't want that divide to really shape itself. You need to have teams fighting and fighting at the top ones, and you're looking towards, as Hap said, like Mer being a good chance of this, or as I said, Weeble, of being the ones that can shape that up a bit.
Yeah, you don't want it to fall apart that quickly, that early on into the stage, but what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Quite a few of the games today, if we look at our predictions as well, it seems that there could be a quite obvious winner from both or all of these matchups that we'll have ahead of ourselves today, because, well, this looks pretty similar. It seems like for the last game, Production do have faith in Blossom to pick it up and to win that game against Mir, but all 3 of us went for the same teams, and Emmy, I don't think that's a big surprise either. This looks, not to spoil or take away any of the surprise factor, this looks like it could be a very easy day.
I will say, technically, I didn't do my predictions today.
Okay.
Hap did his predictions in my column on the predictions sheet, and I couldn't be bothered to change it. But it means I have some culpabilities. I think the only one that might go a different way is the 4th game, really. I think if everyone's to play their best, this is what you expect. Blossom, they surprised us yesterday. They could surprise us today as well. Mer, they started a bit slow, but obviously when they're up against PSG Talon, they're up against a very tough opponent.
I just stand by the predictions I've done twice. It's like you've also followed them there.
You're so sure. So sure you locked him in twice.
Yeah, locked it in twice. Just trying to get double points here today.
Yeah, it works 100%. Just stick with your first initial thought. I was really doubting about that last matchup as well. Do I back up Blossom like I did yesterday? It worked out, but then, you know, Mir could be coming up surprising today. We'll see that later today, because our first match that we'll be getting into today is a very exciting one. I think, obviously, due to all of us predicting PSG Talon, it could very much go into their way, but we know that Weble has showed us last stage that they can be a super good team. They ended up first, as we said, from the group stage. And if we're talking about Weble, you'd probably expect them to win that game if you were just here watching the last stage, but they made some changes to their roster, of course, as well. Ren will no longer be on the team. Moon is now coming in as this new player on the roster. But like we said, Emmy, they did have a tough start yesterday, losing out against Fear X.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of thing about this roster, right? Is they were fantastic in best of ones last split. They didn't have a huge amount of changes. They sort of set themselves up as this team that wanted to grow, and then they just could not get a second to breathe. And it wasn't that they were a million miles away. That's the sort of thing. There was quite a few rounds, and I said it at the time, I don't think Fear X are going to 7-0 this, even when they got to the sort of 5-0 position. But they just couldn't push it over the line, and they're going to have those same problems in this game again today. They could put out a performance where if they played as they did yesterday against some of the weaker teams in this region, they would have got a win. They just unfortunately didn't.
Yeah, it's rough for them, and of course, you know, they mentioned they managed to get that first place in the league last stage as well, and then everything just kind of fell apart in best of 3. So, you know, it might have just been like trying to experiment with, you know, expanding map pools and such like that, but it didn't work out against Fear X. But as you mentioned, Emmy, probably against any of the other teams, that could have been a win for them.
Any of the other teams, but then the next team we're facing is PSG Talon. That's not very lucky, I guess, for Weble here. And I think the main thing that we discussed yesterday is that they're obviously working on that teamwork. They want to work on that. They need to work on that against a team like PSG Talon. They took down Mir yesterday. We saw some good diversity on their attack, some direct takes that were working out wonderful for them, and especially their new addition to the roster, Gotti, getting away with that 1v2 in round 6 to equalize things in that very first half. I mean, it's early days, but I'm impressed.
Yeah, for sure. But this is also, you know, what we kind of saw in stage 1 to be developed, and especially round 1 yesterday really portrayed that. They play a very conditional style of siege, where if they meet a problem, they exactly know what to do against it. Of course, the 2 attack rounds afterwards, they were struggling a bit more due to Sloth running rampant and really being disruptive. But in general, it is a very disciplined team. They know exactly how to deal with issues, which just makes them so scary to go up against. And really, the only way to beat them would be to be unpredictable if you're playing in the Korean League as well. Try and make sure that, you know, they're coming up against stuff that they're just not familiar with.
It was a great introduction to the league for Gotti. Obviously, yesterday we sort of had eyes on him as saying, why is he brought in? Why is Ruma take on the sub bench? Yada yada. And he proved it. And, you know, he had the sort of big 1 versus 3 clutch. He was able to develop himself throughout the game as well. Yas was a bit quieter, but we know the potential Yas has. Maybe when he gets a little bit more settled in the roster, or maybe it's just the role that he plays now. We're starting to get the answer to all of these questions as to the puzzle of what goes on in Fabian's head.
Yeah, they still have some time, of course, to show what exactly is going on inside there. But looking, of course, at their history as well, they made it to some international events, and I think that's really important for them. They're seeing that growth that they initially wanted to have when they acquired this international coaching staff. They now are making it to these international events. However, once they get there, it seems like it's still a little bit difficult for them, and I feel like that might come down to how, when they're playing in this league, it seems like it might all just go easy peasy, smooth sailing, and then when they go to these international teams, all of a sudden, it's starting to get a lot more difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the sort of Manchester Major last 3, right? They beat BDS, they beat one of the finalists, they lose 2-0 to FaZe, one of the best recent teams in Rainbow Six and international competition, full stop, and then they lose to the eventual winners of the Major. Again, it's that sort of sad story where you go, well, they were so close. They were like one map, one game away from getting themselves onto the main stage for the first time in ever for a Korean team to have an audience on the main stage, because obviously there wasn't one during the Sweden Major back when Damonkia D+ made it. But, you know, these are the insurmountable obstacles. You have to be able to beat everybody, and that's what they're working towards.
Yeah, for sure. And again, like, it's experience most importantly. They might, you know, need a couple of events to catch up. Again, you know, like, this wasn't the team or, you know, most of the players that have been so need to go to majors. So they're just lacking in that international experience. And sure, some of that is coming in from you know, bringing Fabian as a coach, but the players themselves also need to get that. And it just takes time. It takes a couple of events. Like, no one expected them to qualify on their first stage and instantly be like a top 4 team. That's just not realistic looking at it like that. So it takes some time, but you know, they're definitely on the rise.
Yeah, and with the time, of course, in the stage 2 as well, we'll have our stats coming up and filling in all these numbers that we do love to see so much, and we'll have our team head-to-head against each other as well. These are just the stats from yesterday, and of course, due to Weble having lost their game and PSG Talon having won their game, these stats are pretty much skewed towards the side of PSG Talon. But that doesn't mean that this couldn't lead to an opportunity for Weble and me.
You know, it's that sort of idea, right? If we're talking about the grand scheme of PSG Talon have to be able to beat everybody, Weble, to become an international team from Korea, have to beat every Korean team. And they were able to get themselves well situated for that last time round. They're, you know, it's not an impossibility for them to insurmount odds. Obviously, as we sort of highlighted, their fantastic run in the first split. They're able to, you know, beat Fear X. They're able to beat half of the league. They only really, I think, maybe stumbled to PSG, but it was a 7-8. It was all the way on Skyscraper. They have a fight within them.
Yeah, 100%. We see the player head-to-head here as well. These were the 2 best performing players from the game that we had yesterday. Of course, these are also skewing towards the likes of PSG Talon, but still, if you think, and if you look towards the players here, Hap on the side of Weble, it wasn't necessarily bad. I mean, the cost is looking good. The KD isn't maybe 100% positive or neutral, but it's almost there. They're getting active on entry, whilst even being a supportive player.
Yeah, of course. Like, they're definitely getting in there, and we've seen the ratings be lower than that. So you know that they're definitely on a good kind of performance out there. But the thing that kind of worries me is that on the other hand, we have Talon, of course, and whilst Gotti got a 125 EPS, for example, the rest of the team, except for Misa, is all above 100 as well. Misa is on 99. So, like, it's just a very well-rounded team you're going up against. If Gotti doesn't perform today, it's going to be someone else that's going to be picking up the slack out there, because everybody's just able to do the job. And, you know, this is bringing back to the point that Weble said they were working on teamwork, as it's quite important. That's the stuff that PSG Talon currently have, like, figured out, at least in the Korean sense of things. So it's going to be a good, like, one-to-one to see how far they've truly gotten.
So important in a team to have that balance in regards of everyone being able to step up. But a big part of the conversation that we had yesterday when it comes down to the maps is that if there's any team in Korea League that would bring out Lair, you said it, Hap, then it could be, or it would be, PSG Talon. Well, we saw Weble play it yesterday, so there is an opportunity that it could still stay in here. Maybe PSG Talon saw these kind of things that you could exploit on the side of Weble. Maybe Weble want to try and seek their revenge on a map like Lair. It is still a possibility, as it seems for right now. I kind of see the Labs ban as well coming in for Weble here too. Makes a lot of sense. It was a discussion point we had yesterday too, how PSG Talon like to play these new maps, how like to play these you know, new maps coming into the map pool, like to surprise their enemies onto a map like that. But just excited to see where this best of 1 will be heading to, as it will be clubhouse. A lot more basic and default, I guess, in a map like Lair would be, Hap.
Yeah, again, basics galore coming through right here. So, I mean, I guess if you wanted to test your fundamentals against a pretty well-rounded team as PSG Talon, you might as well do it here on Clubhouse to truly get a good read of where you are in the current state of things. Not really surprised that we see Lair being banned. Again, like I said it, like, Talon is more than likely happy to go to either Labs or to Lair, because, you know, they were the ones that were spearheading Lair. Not Lair, sorry, Labs a lot in the previous stage. But I don't think they're going to ban it, and indeed, like Weble did. So at that point, we're just going to Clubhouse.
We had the possibility of the excitement of another Lair, and instead we go to Clubhouse. I mean, yeah, fine, whatever. At least Oregon's gone.
Okay, so you're not an Oregon enthusiast, Emmy.
Not after like 6 years, 7 years of casting it solidly. No, I'm happy to have it sit to the side for a while.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, you must be so happy then that you're now going to get into another very basic, a very, default map, I guess, in that way. I'm just trying to see what happened between these two teams when they played each other last stage. Because looking at that, it seemed like this was a very, very close game that was eventually won out by PSG Talon on Skyscraper. But of course, these roster changes, they really come into play as well. And what we said yesterday for when it comes to Weble specifically is, we saw the ideas, they had the right ideas, but the execution wasn't always there. Teamwork was a thing that we talked about, what we wanted to see from them, what they said themselves they were working on, Emmy, but you need to make sure that you're making these steps fast, because if there are teams you want to beat in Korea, it's Fear X, it's Talon, you're having them on the very first 2 days.
It sucks in some ways, because obviously you can't get your sort of teeth ready. You can't warm up against other teams. You can't get yourself into the league. It's a big off season, especially if you're not doing any international play, and you're sort of sat there waiting, and then the first thing you get is the biggest teams, the sort of riskiest teams to go against. You got to feel a bit for them, but at the same time, once they've done it, they're through.
It's a basic map. I just want to see how they're going to be lining up. That's the most important part here. Like, is this going to be a Weeble surprise to come out? Maybe. Again, it's we've said it before yesterday as well. Like, this map could be 50-50. We've seen like the best teams in leagues lose to the lowest ranked teams in the league on a map like Clubhouse, just because of how it is.
Yeah, I mean, the one positive thing I think for Weble though is I like to think about the possibilities and the opportunities that the potential underdog in set matchup has. For Weble, this is a much more default map in that way. So teamwork could be a lot easier on a map that you're so much known to, and that makes a lot of sense in comparison to Lair, because it was really difficult. And I mean, I joked about it yesterday, Emmy, but they could have done with a few more of these defending rounds, so they could have seen how they needed to attack on Lair.
They could have done with a lot more yesterday. I think it's, as we sort of said, it's the sad story about only seeing half the game. We had examples where things were fights, and then they might not have been when it got to the other side as well, which was in the PSG Talon game on the far side. So, how they sort of get themselves ready for this engagement and ready for the development of a map, it's always tough to gauge. Because I think we'll probably see, at the end of the split, maybe 4 Lair plays throughout everything. I don't know if we'll see another Weeble on it.
I don't think we will. Again, like, it's probably going to be like teams like, Fear X now as well, but also PSG Talon that just won't ban it, and see if anybody will call the bluff on it. Fear X have already managed to get a victory out, so it's going to be less likely. PSG Talon, of course, they haven't played it yet, so it's completely hidden. There's no information on it. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if they will be playing it once or twice more. Maybe against like teams like BNA, for example, if they want to, get risky on what is relatively unknown so far.
Something we see more often in Korea League, just the funky and silly strats coming out in that regard. But we had our player head-to-head earlier before we went into the maps. What are the players that we are looking forward to besides these two players? Also, maybe when it comes down towards the first part of that round, where the entry is going to be really important, where you create these openings for yourself to really set up the round.
Again, the kind of like the openings in general, like they didn't really go Talon's way that much in the previous matchup they played. I think it was 5 for the side of Murph, 5 for the side of Talon. They did confirm and convert all their rounds though, but it was pretty mixed. It's like Soldier, Gotti, Misa, all of them getting into the mix and getting that opening kill. So that's also like a strength, right? Everybody is able to get into that fight early on and be able to set up that initial take. So that is something that you have to take care of as Weeble, especially considering it usually translates into a victory for them.
I think you know, when you're on club, especially the importance of getting yourself in, getting yourself set up, and getting yourself putting sort of pressure inside the map. If you're failing that, the map's already lost. You know, you don't get that level of wiggle room in terms of not getting the fundamentals nailed at the start of a round, because it is a fundamentals driven map, because it is a fundamentals driven play space, and that dependence is can be quite frustrating, but you have to have the awareness on it.
Yeah, and I think one thing we say quite often when we talk about Clubhouse, it's very much a checklist map. You have your steps that you got to go through on attack. These fundamentals, the basic you ought to put set up before you can actually go for the side execute. I'd wonder how that's going to go for Weble. I mean, that's something we want to see from them in towards that teamwork. We want to see, of course, their basics on this map as well. They are the underdog, I guess, against PSG, so can PSG extend their lead and their points in the scoreboard, or can Weble bounce back from their game yesterday? We'll find out on Clubhouse.
Well, that's the prediction.
Yeah, the 4% is not looking bright there for Weble.
It's not looking the best it's looked for Weble.
No.
And last time,
definitely.
you know, it went to max OT. It went to pretty much the end. Right? So there's hope.
I mean, Weble was also the team that was able to just jump PSG Talon in the end, and suddenly Talon was in third place, and Weble found themselves in first, which was, I think, the biggest surprise we had in that season, because I don't think anybody expected that to happen the way it did. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. Only a small change made on the Weble side of things, so relatively still the same. PSG Talon, of course, making some more changes, but it's also not like they've completely overhauled like some of the others have done in the league.
So, I'm assuming you're frozen as well.
Yeah, no, it's not really frozen. It's like paused, because I still see the operators pulsing in and out.
My espresso. Sorry, just filling time now. At this point, did you see that I've unlocked the rarest player card?
I've seen it, yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. See if
It's
you
honestly,
all at home
what's it worth in the marketplace?
You can't get this on the marketplace.
You can't get it on the marketplace yet.
No.
Is it one of a kind?
I made it a blood deal with a demon for it.
The demon, the person on the background?
Demon is known as production.
Okay, and I was just making sure that we're all the same
I
place.
have the rarest player card in the game.
It just flashed in front of my eyes for a second there.
You'll see it later when we get out of this. Hey, welcome to Korea League. As I said a few times yesterday, we are doing this league all across the world. There are tech moments. You just gotta listen to the vibe music. You just gotta enjoy yourself. I always like this vibe music. It relaxes me.
You know what I miss?
What?
The future is now.
Woo! We don't have the license for it anymore. We can't do that. Though I did sing Espresso like a minute ago.
Yeah,
so
I was gonna say, like,
we definitely don't have the license for that. That's Anne's fault, because we were having a chat about pop divas before we came into the show today, and she got that out of my head. Who's your favorite pop diva? You cannot choose Hengu.
Oh shit. Okay.
Hey, don't swear.
So shit. I didn't finish it. I didn't put the last letter.
All right, yeah. That makes it fine.
It's better. Wait, I could do it like this. There you go. Did that come through? I don't know if it did.
It was a little pop.
A little beep.
I have a whole. I have a much more offensive one of those where I can just like that. Did that come through?
No.
Ah.
Mine is like. See?
I didn't hear that at all.
There. You didn't hear that? Oh, it's a shame.
No.
It doesn't come through. I think it doesn't broadcast because.
Oh, it comes through on broadcast, but not just okay.
Yeah.
Not on our
like that's
so
amazing.
we are just irritating broadcast. Actually, the best thing that I have on my setup, and I know we're filling, but we haven't even gotten to the first game in this clubhouse, and we already talked a lot about it.
Yeah.
I could like sample you whilst we're talking, and I've done that on a show before. I think I did it to Milosh, and it was very funny, and I confused the heck out of Milosh. But
why am I hearing myself suddenly? going on.
Yeah. And the fact that we launched into the game, I hope that we get into it soon. But we might as well go to a quick break, just in case, because we were filling before as well. This game was supposed to start about 10 minutes ago. So we'll go to a quick break before we are back as soon as we're in with the action. Thank you for bearing with us.
About, you know, when they open up the garage wall, try and get the incendiary bolt down towards the CCTV wall, for example. Monty is just all around annoying if you have to go up against it. You saw, I think it was one of the Weble players just surrender yesterday when they were up against the... Was it Weble? Not quite sure. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a Chalet match where someone just went up against the Monty, just decided to quit. That was it. So removing that is always going to be quite helpful. Yeah, it's
I
definitely
feel
tough.
that. When you're in, like, was it a 1 versus 4?
Yeah, it's a 1 before you
thing
see a Monty.
is a Monty, and they're just shoulder jiggling back and forth, and you're just like, nah.
Got the hip fire headshot on it though, which
There's like 8 seconds left in the round. Nah,
yeah.
I'm done.
The
Shoot up the next one. Send me home. I'm finished. I'm cooked.
But, you know, it doesn't stop PSG Talon from bringing a shield as the blitz is being brought out.
Yeah, you know, you're sort of looking at this approach. The Havana is the only run of hard destruction. You've obviously got the hard breach gadget on the side of Grim, but you have to have a little bit more control with the Havana just because everything takes a little bit longer if you're going for things like the church wall. But I feel like they're going to be so confident getting control of the top 2 floors that we will probably aren't going to try and contest it. They'll be free to just pop those pellets over all of the hatches and get it all done in a big swoop. Not really have to babysit the gadgetry. I say that, obviously. You've got a castle hiding around on logistics, about to meet face-to-face with a blitz. This is maybe the demonstration of why they shouldn't sit around too much. There goes 1. Oh. There goes 2. Gotti.
From the main stairs.
And I said, you know, they're not going to have a problem with this. This is the entire gameplay they like. This fundamental lockdown of we have to clear the top 2 floors. They are now cleared.
C4 deployed.
Yeah, it's definitely well done by them, because what was basically happening out there is Gotti's waiting around on the dirt tunnel. He opened up that window, so he has the opportunity to basically catch people rotating back down. And, you know, when a blitz then suddenly starts pushing up, oh, they know. That is such good information coming through. And who are they going to say? Oh, not even the blitz. The blitz is just going to rush the side. There's only one person left. Yeah, they know. So that's just going to be a full-on execute happening at the same time.
They know there's one in sight. They can just throw themselves in. There it is, an easy pickup, and you're just... I mean, they knew. Hap, what did they know?
They knew exactly where they were at that point. Like, just a drone out there, finding the crucial information. It's a two-man retake over the top floor. That's the perfect time to send that blitz in. It will not be caught by any of the crossfires, so it could just purely put that shield towards the one person that has the opportunity to challenge it. So a good read and an instant reaction from PSG Talon. That's the kind of stuff we want to see. That is the playstyle that we know and love.
If you are a blitz and you are offered a 1 versus 1 on the site, you're kind of like, yeah, all right. Like, there's nothing that's going to slow you down at that situation. And it was just so well read. It was almost a demonstration round from PSG Talon of how to react to sort of live information. They had the calls, they had the sort of pressure on the players on the top floor, shut them down within about 30-40 seconds. Then they start to operate down below. They see the two going up. Their first reaction, yeah, they sort of set themselves up for the end of that engagement. They had a player watching and waiting, and they picked up a kill just as it happened. But then they had two players. I think one hit the hatch, one hit the blitz around the back. It was so perfectly beat by PSG Talon there. And Weble, you know, until they watch this back, they won't know how things were so well predicted. But you sort of look at that and go, oh, we may as well have been playing without any walls on. They knew everything.
Yeah, they were completely in the know of what was happening out there. This is, though, where stuff went a bit more wrong yesterday for PSG Talon. They won that first round super convincingly, and afterwards they were struggling a little bit. Of course, we are on Clubhouse, completely different map, step-by-step plan. It is quite hard to deviate from that in some of these points, so kind of expecting this to go a lot more smoothly than it would have gone yesterday. And as they just work on opening everything up, soon you'll see them starting to enter the building as well. And garage will be taken first alongside with the wall. You just saw open up on CCTV. They're gonna, you know, try and go for a bit of a horizontal approach towards the gym and bedroom side. And especially as soon as you have control of cash, you have the opportunity to play on highway. Use all those windows in the side, and that's truly when all these crossfire angles can come to life.
Deimos getting the track and all the pressure of every single grenade in pocket sets itself up, and they just don't sit around. Really, I think they knew what happened last time. They're not going to hand them the same engagement. Weble is giving them a little bit of a fight, but nothing that is sort of stepping themselves in. They are not playing this for the kill. They know that the kill is going to come and surround them. There is one ping. You can see the yellow pings on the play around in the corner, and they're going to go hunting for it. Soldier and Deimos have gone for the pickup. Moon might not know just how surrounded they are. 3 players with the cross. And again, that reaction to intel. They were caught on the camera there, but at that point, if you react to one of them, there's 2 more. With a minute left, the body advantage is theirs. They can start trying to close down on the site.
It's just amazing play so far from the side of Talon. And of course, you know, there's a minute left, still a lot to do on the actual side itself. They've cleared out the threat of the roam that could be coming to bite them as soon as they start to go for the execute. And they've also taken control of cash, which is huge in and of itself. So now you have the opportunity to truly go, as Zed does find Ryder in the meantime, but you have the opportunity to use the balcony outside, to use those windows to, you know, look in the site with one additional person. And as Yas finds one, well, there it goes. The execute starts happening on the site.
And there it is, 4 versus 1. 30 seconds or so left, and it's only Coupe. Does get Soldier. Does get himself a chance for a fight, but with the kit being planted in gym and with 2 players blocking any of your route out, it has to go around a little bit wider.
It's also death mark.
Yeah, a little bit too late here. If anything, they're tucked behind a hard wall at this point, unless PSG Talon really start to play silly buggers. This is pretty much locked in.
Deathmark gave them exact knowledge of where they were. Now this next one is going to be activated again, so they're going to find out. He indeed went over towards logistics. And now he's just going to be holding that one off. It's just going to be a swing that has to happen here, but he still needs to find a lot more than that. It's going to be the Vendetta, though. We'll find the final kill. So again, a good round showing from PSG Talon. And it all started off when they, you know, realized there was a person down on their own. They were hunting him down with 3 people at the same time, finding the kill pretty cleanly. As a result, with all the pressure they've put up, they managed to take cash. And basically, at that point, you've locked them into 2 rooms or 3 rooms. It's just, you know, closing the angles, closing the opportunities where the defenders can be, and just, you know, just run for it at some point. It worked out quite well for PSG Talon. And as I said, you know, yesterday, second round was a bit more tricky due to the offsides. However, we're playing on Clubhouse now, the most defaults of maps, and you can truly see that in the intel game that PSG Talon is bringing. They have a drone in every single room that they need to have a drone in. They are super aware of whatever is happening around them in the map, and they will just respond to it. And it's that kind of conditional siege where if something arises, all of them have drilled into their heads what the response should be and who should do that response.
10 seconds to insertion.
2-0. PSG Talon, and it's looked exceptional from them. There's no real way of breaking this down right now. Weble have tried slightly different approach over the 2 rounds. It's been 2 very different sites, but PSG Talon's fundamentals are nailed in.
They are, and that's what makes it scary to play them on Clubhouse. And I mean, maybe we will expect it to go for a chalet when they left it open, because Clubhouse can be so much of a 50-50. Of course, it's only round 3 that we've just reached, so it's not like the game is over or anything like that. There's still plenty of rounds to go, but those 2 rounds from Talon, they looked so commanding and so, like, certain of themselves that there was nothing that could go wrong at that point. As the openings are all being made, this is just to challenge the person out there in the mezzanines, have an additional entry into the garage if someone is playing around there, so you have the opportunity to fight from multiple different angles, together with the main wall to be opened up, of course.
Now, onto this, a site that has sort of cemented itself as one of the most known in the world. They're ready to try and, I was going to say waste as much time as possible, but not at all, really. They got off 1 Brow canister, and Zoto can to slow things down by about 15 seconds, but really, with that wall being opened, we saw more successful use of bandit tricks yesterday. Yep. And can now start trying to put pressure on towards Moon, which seems to be the standard setup that they're going for. They have a lot in their utility. They don't have the Capital bolts, but with the combination of the Candelas and some smart shooting, they might be able to just force this gameplay at the same time. There is the Deimos track. They know that the player is touched, but they might not know about Moon that's also in there. It's a bit of an awkward approach. There's the blinds, there's the Candelas. Will Moon be able to operate on towards this? The Ying is all the way up. Moon is knocked down. There's one more that they want to try and get the pick back up here. They know exactly where you are. You've got to act. You've got to do something. But yes, there's nothing can be done. 5-2. Leaving just Zad and Naps alone.
That's great use of the Deimos out there. They used the death mark. They knew he was on the other side of that window. And as soon as the Candelas go up, well, you're just going to be completely blinded. And, you know, with the being held as well, there is no way back from that position. The only way back is down at that point, which was also being held, of course. Now, that's a 5-2. On the most stable side this is almost impossible right now. They just need to open up that wall a little bit more, get that diffuser in, try and go for the plant. There's 2 nitro cells available. I think the first one just got tossed. They're going to be planting on the far corner. This is not a usual spot. I believe that they have read it, though. Instead, going right next to the walls, the first one gets thrown in. And this one will be pulled off, unless that C4 hits. No, just a little bit of damage done towards the Ying. In a 4-2 situation now. Plant has been denied. 9 seconds counting down. They need to go quick! But as Zab pushes up the staircase, he gets his head removed. And as a result, the round goes to PSG Talon.
Again, such a great execute there on towards the top, but it's a confidence execute, right? The ability to go, I'm just going to throw Candelas up there and run up the stairs and pick up those kills. That is something that only works if you're fully confident on 2 things. 1, the ability to kill people, and 2, that you know where everybody is. And to be fair, there is nothing we've seen from PSG Talon's game so far that makes me doubt that they know everything right now. They had all the positions locked in. They had the kills picked up, pre-aiming onto the next. Fine, there was a 3rd kill that came in during that engagement as well. So they were obviously aware of at least where support could come from, that they were able to shut down. It's just been an absolute sort of textbook execute here and a textbook play from PSG Talon.
And again, this is what you need to do on Clubhouse. Like, the map is so run through, everybody knows exactly how it works. And these are the kind of executes you want to see. But that last round almost went wrong because they did manage to take down the one that was planting the diffuser. There was about 4 seconds left when the final defender fell as he pushed back up the red stairs. So if they were fully aware of the fact that the diffuser would have gone down, might have been able to play that slightly different and secured a round. But 3-0, PSG Talon, they prevail. We'll be attacking onto the basement now. And remember what happened last time around here. It was the roam that got caught off early. They realized they were upstairs. They sent the blitz after them. Gotti was waiting around the dirt tunnel entrance. Opened up the window on the main stairs. Caught 2 of them falling back. And that was a 2-man advantage. And then afterwards, they spot on the drone that there's a double retake coming up from blue. So what did they do to push the blitz down the main stairs, take down the last person that was actually in sight to sight, go for the execute and kill them on their way back. So it was a beautiful round by PSG Talon, and that's what I'm kind of expecting to see. It's funny how Gotti and Ryder both have different outlines there. Gotti had red outlines. Either way. I'm curious to see if they're going to go for the same kind of play. Like, are they going to roam heavily again, or are they going to, you know, bring it back closer towards the site? Because this is a site you can turtle on quite well, as long as you give them stuff to worry about on the first and second floor.
Well, we saw a blitz scream down one set of stairs, and this time doesn't want the problem with the stairs. Instead, put themselves in towards dirt. There has been no competition for the top 2 floors of the building so far, and look at PSG Talon already opening up the hatches, putting the pressure onto the site. We haven't even got past that 2-minute mark yet. And it's just, again, this sort of inherent idea of where everybody is. They may be trying to start impacting against it. Look, but they're in! Straight down the side of dirt. Gets one, but comes off on the bad end of it. Suddenly, there's a possibility here for Weble. They have a man advantage, and, you know, they went for something quick, but quicker reactions inside the site to it.
I'm not fully aware of the fact that it was still someone on the back of the armory out there. That's what eventually lost them those 2 players. I like the bait there, like putting up the X-Kairos, waiting for someone to challenge it, send the blitz in to see if he can take him out as a result. It worked out well initially, and then they lost 2 players as a result. Also the site presence that they had, I believe the diffuser is dropped inside as well. So, I mean, they have to go for a recovery out there. It's not the end of the world. It's not ideal, and they kind of lack in soft breach as well to deal with the back of armory.
2 versus 4. Here, Naps has been able to get Misa. The timeout has brought some success, but with a minute, 2 versus 3 now. Scotty able to get in. You have the old gun and the new gun. Trying to get themselves set up here. Now they have a fair bit of structure still to try and get themselves through. It's still an awkward position to get themselves thrown into as well. The bit of ground they've got might start working out as Yas is able to find Naps. 2 versus 2 now as they start to try and hurtle in, and Gotti swings over the top. They can try and get the plant with the cover here. That's what they're going to go for. Going to try and bait Inno out, force him into this engagement. They have the pings on the motion. Great bit of movement here from Gotti, but it's Yas that locks it out, and the closest they've been, but there are those 2 recent additions to the roster proving their worth.
That was a Weeble round out there. As soon as they stopped the initial rush coming in from the blitz and the additional player, they had the diffuser and the lock and key. There was only so many angles they could be coming from, but somehow you see PSG Talon just with that raw gun skill fighting themselves through the earlier mistakes that were made. And I mean, like, if there's any player you want to have in a situation like that, first of all, it's Yas, because he's just an absolute machine. Like, when he was still playing and under different teams, like D+, for example, he was always that, you know, that guy that could just make things happen. I was actually super upset when he retired because I felt like he wasn't done yet. He didn't reach his peak yet. Like, he could still go higher than that, and now he's playing in, like, the Korean super team, you can almost call it. And just 6-0 right now. He's stepping up. He's doing his job. And then also Gotti, the new pickup, who's been, well, set on a bench for a long time, then had a year break. Picks the MVP yesterday. Shows up big here today as well with that cover. Just a clean tap onto the side of the boxes out there. It's beautiful to see.
Attacker's objective is to
4 rounds. after the tack timeout, and that one might hurt a little bit more based on the fact that it was the tack timeout just before, but also far and away it was the closest Weble has come. At one point they had a 2-body advantage. Not for very long, mind. They had it. And as I said it before, bandit tricking was more successful in slowing down approaches. They've moved away from the Tiburao. We're instead going to see if they can try and go back to some of the basics of this game.
Now, why bandit tricking is going to be even more efficient now is due to the fact that, you know, the Capitão's gone. So there's going to be a whole bunch lack of AoE that you can use to remove the bandit from that direction. However, they do have the explosive lance of Kali, which they can use to take care of those bandit batteries. I think Zad,
Maverick as well.
Yeah, Maverick as well. And Zad having 3 in
He'll
pocket.
do quite well.
It's just going to be placed on that side of the wall, and you know it's going to be instantly removed. And I think Zed's also decided that maybe tricking is not going to be working out now. It's just finding himself all the way in the back. Of course, information is necessary first before they go for it. Actually, never mind. Opening already has been made.
Yeah, I think with the fact that they had the Maverick, it was not going to be the biggest problem. But again, that would have been the same against the Zoto canisters. So it's sort of, you know, the horseman of Maverick. Once upon a time was picked a lot more than he is nowadays. You've only really got him once every 30 rounds or so. And this is a great specific occasion. This is a great specific place for him. Gotti says this is not a good place for Inno. And I mean, what an opening 2 days Gotti has had.
Gotti definitely showing that he belonged on a roster all this time, and showing up big now as well. The Kali actually trying to fight through the Kiba barriers, just taking him down from the breach out there. The drone giving away the position of Moon. Still has 1 barrier left in pocket. There's someone actually down on the lower steps. It's Coupe that is looking to provide some support, but as Yas finds Moon, that's now the opening into the garage that they were looking for. They can take those rafters, so Coupe is going to be in a crucial position to try and strike through, but someone's coming in from stock as well at the same time, which he will find.
4 to 2, 40 seconds, and they're trying to put the pressure on the pinch here. Can you fight a way out here? Coupe, well, he's up and he's down, but he's able to pop round. But Yas gets the end, clutched on as best as he could there. But again, just entirely circled.
Well, 5-0. That is definitely a scoreline PSG Talon will be very happy with. And if you look at the general kills as well, it's quite confident rounds, except for round 4, which they managed to win as well, of course, where they were on the back foot for a little bit. But 5-0 up. Looking to make a flawless half, but back towards the gym and bedroom. And I just expect a similar kind of push to come through. They're just going to take cash. They're going to take CCTV, push over towards construction, see what they can do from there on.
Yas, as a player, almost has as many kills as the entire team that he's against, but also has no deaths. Which you can say after like 2 rounds is like, yeah, we're on round 6.
Yeah.
Now, we're deep. We are so deep in this game. We're lost in the source. And I mean, it's just, again, if we're going to talk about the compliments paid towards Gotti, Yas wasn't quite at this point yesterday. Was one of the quieter players, I think, in the server. Didn't need to be loud, because obviously the team came through pretty solidly, but then here. And it feels, it's weird to say, it doesn't feel like an entirely different PSG Talon, right? Sometimes you'll have a star player show up, and it will feel like a different team. It will feel like a different entity, is in the game, is putting the pressure forward. This still feels like the same team as yesterday. It's just the stat is entirely shifted its way around.
And that's because it's not Yas making like crazy 1v3 clutches or 1v2 clutches or opening up the side by himself, you know, with like 2 or 3 kills. No, he's just getting kills in the mix of things. He's like the 2nd and the 4th kill that go through, for example. It's not like he's making these, well, almost would say flashy plays. It's still flashy what he does, of course, but it's not like the round deciding factors, because the entire team is doing what is necessary. It's just the fact that he hasn't died yet, which makes it even that more extreme.
I was going to say, they had the Tiburao, they had the Bandit. Yeah. If they didn't successfully get this off, they would have failed. Now, they didn't know, maybe they didn't have both of them, Tiburao and the Bandit, so they left the exothermic on the wall. It was easy to be picked up. Now with that smashed open, let's see how PSG Talon deal with something going wrong, really. Now they've experienced a little bit before, but that was a sort of rush went wrong. This time it's your approach of utility. Easy does find Zad. Still have everything trying to stop some of the breach. Not entirely sure.
Oh, garage. It was a spawn peek out there. Okay.
Ah, they were going. Okay, they were going for the peek from the bottom of garage, and they were just waiting for it, probably on cams, knowing how PSG Talon has played.
Yeah, I mean, they've been very knowledgeable. As you see right here, it's just a ping. Yes, just sweeps in, gets the kill. And that's what I mean. It's not like he's making these fleshy kind of plays right now. It's just that he has information, he acts upon it, gets the kills, and still hasn't died. He's still on for a deathless run here, as Talon is looking to put themselves into a 6-0 position. The Blitz is the next potentially to be in the building, but Ubey's watching with that big ACS. As soon as they know where he is, the flashbangs are starting to come through. And Soldier putting up the pressure on the windows.
There's all these Goyo canisters, all this utility to stop, and they're still able to scream themselves in, and you're sort of thinking, what's going on? Really? You know, they're inside your hold, inside the site. None of it is activating. We saw throughout these rounds very few instances of utility denying approach, right? Weeble, they're setting things up like these canisters, the Zotos, the bandit tricks. None of it seemed to stop anything PSG Talon were doing on any of their approaches across the site. And I don't know what is missing in the utilization of that gadgetry. Maybe it's just that the repicking and the attacker changes of PSG Talon is so good that Weeble can't deal with it. But, I mean, it just feels like there's this whole aspect of the game Weeble isn't keyed into at the minute.
For sure, but this is also just the whole fact of like the knowledge that PSG Talon has, that this is what's enabling them. They needed to have some sort of like counter intelligence that they were playing into it more, you know, just to stop them, because every single time they would rotate, they would be caught off. Every single time they would, you know, swing an angle, PSG Talon was aware of it, just catch them on the passive side of things. So they didn't even really need to take those fights most of the time. It was more so Weeble throwing themselves into their lines of sight. So that's part of the knowledge. It's just PSG Talon knowing everything. And then you look at it right now, and you see that, you know, there's going to be Valkyrie cameras placed around the map. They're going to try and basically replicate what they just did on the attack. Just be all knowledgeable about what's happening, but on the defense this time around. And this position here, you see from Yas, that's just relying on the fact that Weeble's not going to be droning him out and that he can pick up one or two before he has to fall back towards Oil Pit.
Well, will this be the first 7-0? We had a quick day yesterday of 7-1s and 7-3s, but with the pace of not only a 7-0, but also just how quick these rounds have gone. Without, I think, a single real lock-in on the objective, there's been two where it's been very close and probably would have completed if the kill hadn't come through at the same time.
They've had a couple
Heal
of
themselves back.
It's the right call. A minute has passed. They don't want to stick around any longer, and basically the damage is already done because Weeble is now clearing out the entire top floor. Then they still have to go around for the first floor because, you know, they know people were up here. They don't know if they're still hiding. So it's going to be a lot of time wasted, and probably around the 1 minute, 1 minute 10 mark, that's when they're going to start opening up the hatches. And that's when we're going to see which kind of push they actually want to go for at that point, because right now it could still be everything. Zad will find Misa on the main stairs. That's probably going to be the call for the rest of Talon to be, well, a bit more passive now. Let's just turtle it in. They don't need to, you know, come after us.
Everybody's still standing this late onto the game is actually a rarity with how these rounds have gone. And compare the difference of pace and approach, and compare the pressure that PSG Talon were able to put onto Weeble during this moment. There's that sort of bit of a fear here. Unfortunately, they're not quite playing as sort of locked in as they were yesterday. There's still preparation moving away. The C4, oh, when will it go? They are so close to the fight. They have the calls ready for the motion. It's tucked just on the back, but Spark keeping himself at arm's length. 30 seconds, and just going to swing the bottom of main stairs. Hello. Goodbye. Naps not quite, Ryder even not quite aware that Naps had gotten that close. Hands them a body. 20 seconds left. A 5 versus 3.
Another one coming up. Oh, that's a diffuser down as well. 20
Steps
seconds.
in. There's the spray. There's the miss. They're over on the top of Moto Hacks. They take the drop and they're able to get him. A great bit of movement there from Weble. But now the 4 versus 2. They've been in this situation before on this site and it hasn't quite worked for them on defense. But with Moon sticking the kit, sticking the plant, the cover comes round. Zad gets Soldier. It's Gotti against the world. A 1 versus 2. Pulled off a huge clutch yesterday. Got to see if he can try and replicate something to that level. Now he's been able to find 2 of the kills necessary. He gets himself rotated round. Push him into double figures. He's well aware of the player behind the bench itself. He's not aware of the second, and that is that loose thread. How much do they know? Enough, it seems. Zad sprays and moves, keeps himself active. You're looking at the timer in the top middle at this point. I don't think he's got the time to get to the kit and get it diffused, but he might be able to try and find a kill or 2 on his way. Hey, fair enough. Hold on, because you put in a good effort. They get around.
A bit of a carelessness coming in for PSG Talon. Like you lost like 2 or 3 players up on the actual central staircase out there, and Yas almost going big there as he managed to find like the kill on the diffuser. Missed the opportunity on the second, though, but was able to slip back out and go for the fight another time downstairs. Didn't last long, but he almost managed to turn that round around because of the amount of time that was left at that moment. So, with that, it's the first round for Weble. The PSG Talon, they have some stuff that they can clean up on in terms of their playstyle out there. They were a bit too aggressive, maybe. A bit too eager to act on the information that they had, whereas, you know, sitting still and waiting would have been perfectly fine as well in that situation.
They're impatient. They want the game over, I guess, at this point. And to be fair with how it's gone, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how this ends up cascading itself towards the end. 6-1. Weble, it's not entirely over, but think about how far away they will look at the bottom of the board with the round difference that will be applied if this ends soon.
Yeah. It's not great if, you know, they manage to suffer 7-1 loss, and now it will be a 7-1 again, potentially, that they're up against. It's definitely going to be hurting their round count. Now, if I am aware of tiebreaker rules, the round win percentage doesn't really matter, though, as head-to-heads are usually what comes into play. I think like only with a 3-way tiebreaker would be useful to have these rounds as a potential rule break or tiebreak rule. So let's say they equalize the score and they have head-to-head over Team B, and B has it over C, and C has it over Weble. That's when the rounds come into place. But you know, you still want to get every single round you can, just for the case that that scenario happens, because it has happened before in past couple of years. So you don't want to be in the lower end of that.
Going for the quick bit of pressure, the break on towards CC. You're trying to clear your way across the top, as we've seen many times. And this was a confrontation that Weble didn't sit around for when they were on defense, even with, as I sort of pointed out at the time, the utility preparation that they made, the sort of Goyo canisters, everything to try and slow it down. Didn't slow it down at all. PSG Talon, they're going to sort of act in a similar way without too much of the same gadgetry deployed. They don't feel confident sitting around, and still with an intel game. Pops off the camera at the right possible time, but then kicked off all of the cameras at the worst possible time.
Sad. Looking to clear out over that construction side. There's still roamers around, though, on the side of PSG Talon. And with a minute left, attention will have to be paid towards the site very soon. And for now, it just seems like most of them are actually all outside on the roof, still debating what to do. A little bit of information there is actually... Oh, that might just be a perfect bait, because Misa's fully aware. He just saw someone go up the main stairs, and as he's coming around the corner, gets picked up, and that's the first kill to go Talon's way.
Well, here it might be the start of the end. They're trying to still find their way in, hanging around outside of the hatch, waiting for the call, waiting for the opportunity to try and put the pressure in from the back of construction, which they've got a good encircling of a group of players. But with a C4 taking one more out of the approach, the lack of control anywhere else and the sort of lack of stability is healing things away from them. 20 seconds between them and the end of their chances in this engagement. They're able to find two. The fight across the top of the brick stairs is suddenly there's a bit of a change of balance, and PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shot. Gotti, once again, all that's left, 10 seconds. He's got them both, though. What a pickup, what a signing. Why was he on the bench, you wonder? Well, Mr. Sweden himself and his bald compatriot Pengu, they apparently knew the answer. PSG Talon, fantastic once again.
You saw the arm do a weird thing there, but beautiful play in the end there. Gotti, again, putting his name in the hat for MVP of the day. Trying to quickly overtake Yas and show you are no longer the all-knowing and all-powerful MVP of this team. And again, a beautiful score for PSG Talon. A 7-1 victory. I'll be very happy with that.
We can be very happy with a quick break and seeing Anne again.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
That's our first game of the day concluded in a very quick fashion. Talon, of course, trying to speedrun Weble here, as it seemed. A 7-1 for them, continuing their success so far in the Korea League. Very impressive, and if there's one takeaway that I heard you two say during the Talon attacks was, I think it was you, Emmy, saying these are real confidence executes. And I think that's something that we saw throughout the entire game, not only on their attacks, but also on defense. I mean, you two mentioned it. There was a round where 2 defenders were lost around the main stairs, and then Yas still walks back upstairs and still gets the kills. Confidence was showing so much in this game from PSG Talon.
Oh yeah, it was just exceptional gunplay. Really, it was, as you said, the confidence, the lockdown, their intel game was sharp. They had a lot of trust in each other. There was so much movement, and yeah, it helps when you have players like Yas go massive, when you have players like Gotti do what Gotti's doing. Again, some of the best introductory days of any player after a roster change, and you know, but it was just so well paced and played from them.
It's also the conditional kind of stuff we see like throughout the round, right? Because they have confidence executes. That's totally true. But throughout the round, they spot an issue and instantly there's a response, or instantly there is, you know, some cogs that start turning and a reply that is being formulated. They just have like exactly like in their head what they need to do when a certain problem steps up. It is just an instant reply. It's so natural for them, and just makes it very hard to play against, because even when you try and be a hinder, they know how to do.
It's also about the new additions of both these teams, really. I mean, when we look on the side of Talon, they were having a great time. Yes, Gotti having an amazing time, and then Moon was really struggling up until the very first half of the game, really. But the MVP is a back-to-back this time around. We saw Gotti get the MVP yesterday. He's got it again today, of course. And in what a way to get it in a fashion where you once again pull off a beautiful 1v2 to make sure your team not only secures the round, but the actual matchup as well. That is super impressive.
It is super impressive, and the man totally just stole like Yas's MVP.
Yep.
Because for a while Yas looked to become like the MVP, and Gotti was like closely behind him, and in the last round he's like, you know what, let me just pull off a 1v3 clutch, so this game's over and I get yet another MVP on my name. So the man is it is insane what he's been doing as this you know, introduction to the team. Usually it takes a while before players truly, you know, mesh together and these kind of pickups work out, but instantly just perfectly inside of the team and working well with them.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's, you know, the sort of dream environment that you would ever sort of have, to be able to have a player come in, hit this pace after sitting, you know, on a bench for a long time, not quite able to get active, and it's sort of that second win, that second breath, that second chance, and they're grabbing it with everything that they've got and showing what they can do.
Yeah, very excited to see from them, of course. Talon having a great game here, but there's many more games to follow for today. Our second game of the day will be BNA taking on Fear X, and that will be with us after a break. Welcome back to the South Korean League. We have our second game of the day just ahead of us. It's BNA taking on Fear X. We're about to dive deeper into the information that you need before we can get these teams in the playing ground and we get them playing against each other. So let's start talking about BNA first here, because this team, we shall not beat around the bush. They had a difficult stage last time around, and yesterday they had a tough start as well. Lost against D+, it wasn't easy for themselves, and similar to Weble, they also have a difficult 2 matches. They played against D+ yesterday, and now they have to play against Fear X. And I think the main takeaway from yesterday, Emmy, is that this team really seemed to struggle with the aggression that D+ was showing, so that could be a takeaway from Fear X to abuse.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of setup here, right? Is, you know, we as you sort of put it perfectly there, they couldn't quite get their teeth in. It was Chalet, which is a very aggressive map. You had a team that was so happy to just keep consistently throw themselves in. But there's also missed opportunities and missed moments that came through. It was almost like the game we just saw, where it felt a little bit like one team was firing on all cylinders and the other one was just in a different game, unfortunately. Here, going up against, you know, the sort of follow through after the Weble game, after the mistakes that they've just seen, they could maybe get a little bit of energy against Fear X, who are slightly slower than D+ at times, but, you know, it's a new Fear X, new day, you know?
Same time, we also saw Fear X still go like quite aggressive here and there whenever they had the opportunity to. So it's not like it is I mean, they are different teams. They have different styles, that's for sure. But Fear X also has the opportunity to truly speed up when they have to. So it's going to be a tough matchup. I think it always was going to be a tough matchup, no matter the roster changes they would make. Fear X has been so consistently on the top for such a long time. That doesn't just change overnight.
No, and for this roster in specific, I'm looking for a bit of a comeback from Damali and Katsang. They were having some difficult games yesterday. I think 2 players that we definitely hyped up going into that game, given the history that they have within all these other teams and the big titans within Korea League. But one of those titans in Korea League, of course, being Fear X as well. That is a team that we've talked about a lot. That'll be their opponent for today. And I think that we haven't really discussed yet yesterday is we saw the player changes and that graphic as well. We saw what players were coming into this team. That graphic was showing Jax. That's a player who formerly played for ENCE, was supposed to be playing with this roster, and as we saw with their lineup yesterday, that wasn't happening yet, Hap. We saw that Jax had these visa issues, very unfortunately. Nova was playing in his place, and Nova definitely didn't have a bad game.
No, but it's also like a player that's been around for such a long time. Of course, he turned analyst at some point and coach, but you know, whenever he needed to play, he was always there to step in, and it really helps that he's been with this group, more so like with the team for such a long time. Like basically when back when Cloud9 joined, he was on the team, and it was, you know, the most strong team that they had currently in the area, in the region. So ever since he's been with them, so if he has to play, it's not like it's a nerf or something. And that makes it like a perfect temporary stand-in until Jax has his visa sorted.
I think it's always one of the things where you don't kind of want to have to play with a stand-in, but statistically, I think Nova is one of the best stand-ins anywhere, right? And I know you get the comparison, a lot of the data comes from Inter-Korea games, but they're a very experienced support. They've played with a team that was the top of the region as a support, and throughout many different sort of iterations of the game, they're very familiar with everything you want to do as a strategy, and as Hapso said, it's a very easy swap in and out. When you've got Jax and you've got Nova on the plan, you can just kind of swap the names. You don't really have to move around any other things. It will keep itself going, but yeah, at the same time, you kind of still want to see what they can do when they're all here, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think we should probably have a team head-to-head for these 2 teams as well. And similar to the first game today, I fear this one might lean in the favor of Fear X, obviously due to their better result that they had yesterday. But this is a quite significant difference, especially if we were supposed to look at the average EPS of the players that we had yesterday, and the cost being so much better as well. I guess, I mean, this is showing that these players are able to show up way more consistently throughout all the rounds that they played yesterday.
Yeah, I think the consistency is going to be key, right? And developing a heavy cost. You know, I still sort of say, even though we've seen the Weble game, I still sort of say from the Fear X game yesterday, that Weble could have bit into a few other rounds a bit more, it might have looked a little bit worse for wear. And today might be the proof of that. It might not, because it's also against BNA, which aren't historically one of the stronger teams.
Yeah, for sure. And again, like having this high cost on average, this is something we said about PSG Talon. Everybody does their job. Everybody shows up. Like, and if you do that as well, like that's just step one of winning games. Having everybody show up. You cannot keep on relying on a single player to carry you through. That might work for a game, maybe two in a season, but like as soon as you reach higher stages, that's not going to work. And you know, having Fear X and having everybody show up in the team, it's definitely a strong point for them.
We talked a bit about the players that really stood out to us yesterday. I mean, of course, on the side of Fear X, we talked about Nova being that super sub once again, having a great performance, the MVP going in a favor of Good Boy. But then on the side of BNA, who are we looking towards in regards of a player that really has to shut down these players on the side of Fear X?
Oh, I think start looking towards the old experienced ones, right? Like the ones that came over from B+.
Yeah, I think that's all you really can do, right? Because the roster itself wasn't fully together yesterday. It was very sort of hit and miss at points, and you need to look at the players that might be able to go against them as rivals and the players that have played against Fear X across the many different names that they were known as, and hope that those pop off.
Yeah, and another player that you two mentioned yesterday, Roland, also a factor that could be stepping up today. But we also need to know what map we'll be heading to for this best of one scenario between these two teams. And yesterday, from these two teams, from Fear X, we saw a Lair, and from BNA, we saw a Chalet. Lair is not on the cards for today. BNA do not want to go to that map to face Fear X. They saw what happened yesterday. Instead, we will be having a sort of rematch on Chalet. Now, this didn't really go very well for BNA yesterday. They lost 2-7 to D+ on this map. What do we feel like we want to see from not just only BNA, but also Fear X today, Emmy?
I mean, okay, going back to Chalet is a gamble, right? There's no sort of two ways about it. You lost it pretty heavily. Yesterday, you're trying to reassert yourself. Sure, the last time these two teams met, it was obviously like a 7-0 in league play. So it's like Fear X are more than happy and more than comfortable to go wherever they need to go. But I don't think Fear X needs to do anything different. I think what we need to have from BNA is that unfortunate thing of they just need to play more as a unit, more as a team, which when you've had big changes is a very big thing to ask.
Also, Fear X is not historically bad on Chalet.
Oui.
Like I just have this like recollection of whenever they played in Korea League, especially against like the lower table teams, that is usually quite of a convincing victory that they have. So now I might be wrong with that one to some extent, but like it's just I've remembered them playing so many times on Chalet here and there. Surely we'll be happy to go there.
Well, I mean, you're mentioning lower table teams. If we look at the group stage from last stage, this is not a dig at all, but it was before and after ending at the very last of that stage. So maybe this is more of a comfort pick, like you said, for Fear X, having so they can be very successful on this map. But the last ban being one that BNA can do shows that they have to be confident going back to Chalet. I mean, BNA banned Bank. They could have gone to Bank as well, but they wanted to go back to Chalet. We see Fear X on the defense. Is exactly how it started out yesterday as well. It was BNA having to attack, and they'll have to do it here again. Hopefully for them, they can win more than that one round they did yesterday. Room for improvement, but we'll see if it happens on Chalet.
Room for improvement indeed, but as we've had a demonstration before, room for improvement ended up worse in the previous game against PSG Talon. Again, I said it at the start of the day, will we have that worrying divide all the way down the middle of our sort of league standings, where there's 4 teams on 6 and 4 teams on 0? This might be one of the best chances to pull this to an OT.
You would hope for them that they have the opportunity to get that far. But Fear X, they showed yesterday as well that they're very, very... They can be aggressive whenever they need it to be. Like, they have 1 or 2 advantages and boom, like everybody was just collecting back into the side itself. Of course, a lot of those rounds were also very close, where, as you mentioned, Weble could have bit into it a bit more. And it was very scrappy. But that's also because it's a new map. And now we're headed towards Chalet, which has been in the map pool for forever, it feels, at this point. Which surely Fear X have got a lot of experience on as well. And I just checked, and I believe the last time they played it was against Weble in the playoffs last stage, and they won that 7-3. Back then, Weble was the #1 team in the group stages. So, you know, that just gives you a little bit of an idea about how they fared at that point. And that's in Korea, that is. That's not the any majors or stuff like that.
So, yesterday, if you can believe we were so far away, we had the exact same start. BNA starting on their attack. Fear X, they're now replacing their longtime rivals, D+ Gear, on the defense here, and it just did not go, I think it's fair to say, BNA's way.
I think that is a very accurate description of the events that took place there.
And here,
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
we maybe get a bit of a return to form. Now, the reason I say this is one of those games that has a better chance of getting itself into OT as opposed to the others is that Fear X historically haven't always been the most aggressive. They can be an aggressive team, and they've had some good changes, but usually they're a little bit more placid, Good Boy and Rin. If one of those two can't quite get themselves into the gunfight, then they don't really have the same sort of 7 barrels firing that other rosters seem to. BNA, if they can try and get themselves a bit of a challenge, a bit of aggression laid in, learnt from the teeth of the previous map.
And that's what we need to see. Bit of heavy roam game so far out here, especially on that ground floor from the side of Fear X. And it's obviously, of course, because there's still quite some ways that you can play with that. You can use the hatch to stop any of the repel-ins. And say the same about Solarium Repel. Taken care of. Katsang taking out quite some utility with those 2 Twitch drones so far. I'm not sure if the other one is still up, but one of them is definitely still alive. And it's going to be making things easier, especially around the ground floor. But they eventually will have to go up towards the top floor. And as Kai is the first one to really put his head out here and try and see if he can challenge anything, he's mostly fighting down towards the ground floor area as well, through that hatch. These are being tossed in. Kiba Bearers as well, looking to stem them from truly coming in. Effie finding Katsang, though, the first one to be taken out through the window before he gets traded out.
But Good Boy immediately there to get one more. These fights are sort of popping in all around the map itself, and this is one of the comments I made a lot about BNA. They spent a lot of time outside the building. They weren't quite able to get themselves in, and here they've been shut outside the building. Yet again, Nova almost got the bite of a player, but with Rin on the loose, on the lurk down in the basement, you're wondering when they can operate. Well, probably not very soon. They have the pings. They have the awareness. There's a bit of motion coming down. How aware is Rin of this? Whoa, just enough. Somehow wins it out, even with the pings, even with the intel. And yeah, look how much health they've got. But yeah, look at what's happening now. The 2 players, they don't know whether to go for the hunt. They don't know whether to put the pressure onto the site itself, or it's a 2 versus 3. There's still a massive, massive disadvantage. And what a way for things to open up for BNA. I said they need to start with a bit of strength here, but unfortunately they have just been strong-armed and bullied off the map.
As soon as Ren managed to find that kill, you know that round was over. They were trying to go for, you know, that clear. They knew where someone was. Rin gets a beautiful 180. And then stays alive. And that doubt out there, like, okay, do we hunt, do we not? That cost some time. Eventually deciding to go back up. Rin already rotating out as well, of course. Deciding that he didn't really want to stay around anymore, considering the low HP. Fear X, they find themselves with a first round on the board. Starting it off with the opening kill, of course. It was quickly traded out, but it stayed in their favor at any given time in that round, so nothing really to worry about. Sentry being brought. Have you seen the C4 trick that you can do with the prox alarm?
As in you have a prox alarm and you have a C4 ready for it?
No.
As soon as you see the...
You throw the C4 and you could, like, bounce the prox alarm on it and it would just send it, like...
Oh.
20 meters further than they should. Very funny for spawn pigs. I'm not sure if it's been patched out in the meantime, but I think
Like a
there was some like lower tier leagues that were actually banning Sentry because of that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Cowards.
It's quite funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most feasible use, and it is technically an exploit,
Yeah.
because that's not an intended. I don't think when Mira or Ossa, I can't remember which of the two made the proximity alarms, made them out of rubber.
Also, I think,
Flash.
kinetic energy doesn't work that way, but
Yeah, I've heard rumors it doesn't.
yeah.
I don't know enough about kinetics or energy. Or physics.
It's in general. But the first minute has passed, and a little bit of ground looking to be gained here by BNA, but no one really in the building yet. It's just outside, holding in from Trophy, holding in West Main, looking to see if they can get control of the balcony, but there's a shield out there which is being held, so nothing really working their way yet. Of course, they want to get that top floor under control first. There's a lot of verticality that can be used by the defenders out here, which kind of make it hard for a plan to come through if you do not have that control. But as it looks like, only Roland is still left up around that top floor, and everybody else has decided to go for a more horizontal approach, which, I mean, they will run right into the hands of Clash. And Rin, he's just waiting out there. As soon as they come in through that door, they're going to be fully aware of it.
Again, we're not getting proper taste inside the building. You have one player sat, watching, waiting, this passive approach towards getting close downs in, with the comparison of the one round they played successfully where you had Roland hop in. The team was sort of orienting itself heavily around Library. They really haven't been able to get that teamwork drive on towards control of specific points of the map yet. It is a developing stat, a developing talent. It's one that they just haven't been able to nail. The swing fight on the windows. They're trying to get themselves in horizontally. Up the stairs itself, Katzang is blinded on the approach, has to retreat, and Roland gets caught out as the bow execute hits him twice. Many self-flashes coming across the team, but it has worked out. Mali and Katzang get one apiece. Matthew's still in the window control. He's about to find a fight above him. They have the ping, and that was well pinched. Perfectly played. They have the player on the window, but round the back, do they know? They do! BNA! It might have felt a little bit late, but they're able to at least turn a messy start into a pretty succinct finish.
I was going to say, it might have felt more messy than it actually was, but that's just purely because we saw Katzang get flashed twice by his teammates.
Well, he went up, got flashed, went down. They lost the first engagement. Bad start.
Yeah.
But then pushing up, getting the next two. Okay. That's the sort of piece of it. That is what I said that they need to do. That is what they're still learning, and that is the hardest thing to do on a single day turnaround, is improve that level of teamwork and tenacity.
It is the
Attackers have discovered the location of
the
a bomb.
ever going, like, the battle that's going on forever. Like, you're never done with, like, honing in on your teamwork. There's always something to be improved on. And that's also what makes it so hard, right? Like, you feel like you finally have a hold on things, but you still need to keep on improving every single day, every single time. And then teams that have been together for a very long time, obviously they are ahead of you in that aspect. It's just always hard to catch up.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
It was a good round to come through. Sad, unlucky for the team flashes to come in, but the result is there in the end, and that's what matters. Now on to the next. See if they can repeat some of that, because that was an entire team working towards that single goal. They wanted to clear out West Main, they wanted to clear out Trophy, and from there on they could take the site.
Well, they're able to get themselves toe-to-toe quite early on, which is, I mean, huge growth here. As I said, Fear X, sometimes they're a little bit more resting their laurels than some of the other aggressively active teams. And that's something that BNA can work around. It gives them time. Think about how we've had that sort of setup, that sort of attempt before by BNA on this very map yesterday. But what D plus Kia would do, and Downward Gaming, they would step themselves in. They would start to cause problems a bit early. They would shake the setup. That isn't something that Fear X usually do. They sort of rely on Rin to be able to activate and cause problems like that. But little bit too late last time.
Information being gathered. Only a minute has passed so far, and well, you see that the main struggle is around library. It often is on this site, so you need to take control of that verticality if you ever want to get that plan down. You see Damali just taking care of those keeper bearers little bit by little bit. It just makes Mephi's position a little bit more awkward to play. As openings are being made, they're actually pushing themselves already all the way through, but the goo mines are going to stop him from trying to go for the plant, so KTH has to pull that out first.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Well, caught out in the middle, the smoke canister forcing a bit of motion, and the C4 forcing motion to the afterlife. 5 versus 4 finds itself settled here, and they're still just trying to spray their way across the top of the library. The first Ingress has not worked. What do you do now? You're slightly down. You have a chance of an approach here around on the back. With that prep wall open, the pinch on this player could come together, but it's a pinch on the top floor, actually. Damali preps their way across, looks for the following engagement and gets it. Good boy's caught. Katsan gets Nova. And with Rin at least stopping the bleeding, again, that's that activation. That's that problem. This is where BNA, they're being allowed to set themselves up and cook, and Rin is the one that's trying to stop it and mess up the kitchen. Demic gets one, leaving just the sole Nomad left. 20 seconds. They have time. What they don't have, really, is the kit or the element of surprise anymore.
This is kind of the thing. We saw it yesterday as well with Fear X, where they just get a bit sloppy and the trades just keep on going. And this time, it goes away from them until Rin steps up. But like, realistically speaking, what you have to say is Fear X, they took out the kit super early on. They managed to get control of that diffuser after the failed plant attempt went through. Have an advantage at that point as well. Why is it getting so close still? Why is it going down to like a 2-on-3 situation in favor of BNA? That shouldn't be happening at those points.
Attackers need to locate
So,
and defuse
again,
the bomb.
there is stuff to clean up for on the FairX side. Yes, they're still ahead, so there's no reason to panic. But this is also the kind of issues that will not get you far on like international stages. You need to make sure that you're cleaning this up in your home region if you want to stand a good chance on the international stage. They're a top 3 team. They need to be cleaner, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Fully agree.
Bomb located by
And it's
attackers.
almost a difference of complacency, right? It's a difference of competition. You can have styles where you are a bit more reactive or a bit more active. And yeah, when you're defenders, you can be. But
Attackers' objective is
it
to
just
defuse the
feels
bomb.
like they're not quite ready for some of these approaches from BNA, and where they could otherwise be a bit more confident. Fortunately for them, there's a BNA player that's already been able to get themselves set up. It's not that BNA are lightning fast to get in these positions. They're not running these sort of tip-top picks that we've seen from the previous game of PSG Talon, where they were making this happen within the opening minute of a game. The awareness is just a little bit shaky. But BNA, they can build on this confidence. Definitely been able to improve some of this growth. What can they do here? Are they going to try and just set themselves up for a bit of a quick reproach against the wall of the garage?
The opening to be made, and BNA's definitely growing into it compared to yesterday. Quick hunt to be made on Demic. They know exactly where he's going to be at right now. And it's just information that will be given on to the rest of the team. It's not much, or no one really in a position where they can really do anything about it. I believe they've taken library control. Of course, that's the first start of things. You don't want to take the rest of that top floor before you start going down to the first. But that's where the true issues coming in. Because you see Mephi, and I believe it was Demic out there. Oh, no, sorry, Good Boy. Who are going to be holding on to that piano area. And they might just be able to stall this for like 30, 40 seconds before they start falling back. And that could cause some real issues. And this early
Holding out.
smoke, it's just to stop the rush if it would be happening.
Yep,
plants.
exactly that. Holding out, wasting a bit of time. Demic's above the hatch, making sure that they had some of that control there, but giving over that vertical. At this point, that allows Thatcher to move in. Now, they do still have players up top. they've got to, again, make sure that they react at the right time here. If BNA is allowed to start trying to make the pinches on the side happen before we get any proper challenge elsewhere, going to end well. They know exactly where that player is. Probably the most secure place on this entire map. Not great intel for them to work on, other than, oh, we know they're no longer here. We know that this area might be clear, but the Solace, backed up by Good Boy. This is the problem pairing that needs to start acting like terrifying twins.
I was saying they have a lot of opportunity to try and delay here, but they're not really doing anything. They're just out there, which means they're not really a threat. As soon as these openings are being made, surely they're going to try and get into position right now to start making stuff happen.
Well, they're going to see if they can try and stick it. At this point, 2 bodies are down, but they're at least able to pick up the cover either side, and there it goes. Nova finally finds the end of that, as you've still got, obviously, players rotating their way around from the top. There's the last couple. It was a long round. A long round. Stretched fully until the end without a huge amount happening, if you think about it, outside of just checking, rechecking, and clearing and thinking space was safe. There was no real congestion.
I mean, this was the thing. BNA, they were just working on their plan, right? They opened up the garage. They were baiting out utility. They were getting control over the fireplace area. They were getting ready to go for that plant, and they almost managed to pull it off as well. If only they had like an extra person out there for the cover, that would have worked out. But in the meantime, you had the 2 players from Fear X. We were just playing around in the office area in piano, and we're just holding out there, not doing anything. As soon as the exothermic started to ring, that's when it needed to get into action, preferably even a little bit before that, to start being disruptors towards the attacking plan and force BNA into making mistakes out there. I mean, it still worked out, but it kind of felt like they just spent their entire round there and didn't have any impact. Like, they were sitting there, and BNA was like, that's fine, you can be there. Like, we don't need that area, so just go ahead and take it.
5 seconds left.
Now, Fear X starting to put a distance in, starting to get themselves a bit more confident. Maybe, theoretically, we'll see the doubling down positions of sites and another opportunity to cement themselves here. It was maybe their cleanest round so far, and BNA's shakiest. It's also the opportunity for them to try and prove some of the lessons that they've learnt before and get themselves prepped up and ready to go for a bit of a take. Not wasting any time. Getting the castle smashed open and getting these angles prepped, but they're still doing the prep inside the site, so I don't think they're too concerned.
They're not just going to swing in, right? Like, surely the prep is being done. They also know that, but as long as there's nothing there to follow up on it, and you see, most of the people are still on drones, trying to figure out what exactly is clear and where they need to go. They're hanging on to windows, rappelling up. And that's not really pressure yet. Sure, they hold angles, but it's not like they have the free ability to move in to the site from there. Commit to that swing in. So as long as they're repelled on windows, the threat is not really that big. And they can really stay there.
Wow. Back on a slightly different approach here. Damali trying to get some of this butt control underneath. Force out a player that, Good Boy, does take a bit of a shake. Saw Nova holding that angle last time. They've swapped it off. They've been able to wrest a lot of control here at the back end. I like this more sort of grown effort. Focus on towards the Solarium stairs. Without the first catch, the Buck is concerned he's going to get caught from above as he just forces out more of these positions, forces the Fear X players to have to work, have to operate from further away, allows them entrance into Solarium. They're probably going to go for the swing in a moment with a long watch here from Mephi. He's not really able to get sight on anyone, so it's a scream up the stairs that's slapped instantly right back down. Not enough. Roland does get one, but is caught on the crossfire.
Loading new max.
And they just could not clear those angles.
We would like to have control of library at least, so that window cannot really be utilized. Damali will find a kill onto Rin. I think those in the bathroom. 3 more to find. These will be dropped in Solarium. Kai still repelled on that big window. He's been there since the start of the round. Hanging on, and now the rest of his team's dead. He has to try and go and salvage whatever is left. again, like they were all around on a very long time, and the Buck was trying to open up a little bit here, like force them into different positions, and to some extent they managed to get some control out of it, but nothing too much, and all the smoke will choke him out. High drops, and another round goes in favor of Fear X. And whilst they were, you know, opening up windows quickly, they were quickly taking care of some of the utility, it just slowed down too much afterwards. There wasn't really anybody in a position to follow up on it because everybody was repelled on windows.
Four to one. And it's kind of weirdly similar to Fear X's game yesterday in that it feels like... It feels a lot closer than a 4-1, right? It feels like we could still very much have this go a bit deeper. I was proved wrong yesterday. Maybe it's just the style that they've adopted, but it worries me when Fear X are going to go up against the teams that they need to fight forwards to top positions. It worries me when they have to go up against PSG Talon, who we've seen brilliantly over the opening 2 days. And, you know, we've still got to see D+ against A, but they were very good yesterday.
Bomb located by attackers.
D+ was very
10 seconds
strong.
to go.
Still is.
5 seconds remaining.
Fear X, again, like they were scrappy, but
Attackers are heading out to defuse.
they were able to drag themselves across the finish line. And, you know, the first 3 rounds here were also very scrappy. 4 even. The last round was probably one of the more clean ones we've seen. And Rin starting off with a spawn peek with a P90. It's definitely going to be helpful as well. It's the diffuser dropped, re-picked up, so not going to be any time lost out there. But you've lost Twitch. And Cat Sang, we've seen him work on that Twitch a couple of rounds ago. Was able to take so much utility so early on. And you're all going to be missing out on that now.
He was the starting push up from the basement. He was that big initial player, and yeah, he might have been flashed back and forth a little bit, but it was still that successful trade on the back end of it that you've now lost early on. This is almost that level of aggression where I've been sort of pining for it. Of don't let them get set up, don't let them get comfortable. Be the instigator, be the problem child. BNA suffers against that. They've got some more time wasted here, some more structure. They've got the players above making a name for themselves, making a statement. You can keep an eye on that for as long as you want, but that's a keeper barricade. I don't think that's going to shoot back.
No, it has to crack first before it disappears, so he'll be warned. Some control coming out now from library. It's going to be radiating through. Be trying to take control of the entire part of the building out there, push towards Ivy, see what they can do towards the bedroom and office side. However, Rin has decided to sneak up on the staircase, and I wonder if this has been heard, because you see a little bit of attention being paid by Roland, but not enough. As Rin just swings up, gets that kill, instantly looking to go over towards the balcony. No one there, so next balcony instead for a triple kill so far in the round, and afterwards on the floor from the door. And now Rin suddenly is on for the ace!
Oh, it's like the perfect example of everything I've been wanting and everything that this player can do, but this is why they're here. They are the instigator. They are the cause of headaches, and now they're outside.
No
Baiting.
baiting for Rin, yeah.
Can Rin ace? They're requesting. KTH would have to ace and get his first set of kills here. They're running out and baiting for everything. Now he's round on the back. The spray onto one reveals at least where KTH is. There goes Rin. Active, ready, raring. 1 versus 1. Go. Cat Sang is calling it. 20 seconds left. They're going for the 1 versus 1. Can Rin pull off the first ace of South Korea? No! KTH smiling and secures the kill. I mean, I think they knew the round was lost at that point. But the start of my point, cause problems earlier. Instead of sitting and waiting against a team like BNA for 30 seconds or until there's 30 seconds left, you need to try and find little weak spots earlier on.
Oh, the most serious Korean team asking to get an ace in an official matchup. I don't think I've seen that before. It happens in ranked a lot, where you get 4 kills and it's like, Let me ace, let me ace. I don't think I've seen it like this in an official before. And sadly, no ace to be found for him as well. So,
Attackers have
still a
discovered
great
the
round.
location
It
of
was
the bomb.
honestly, it was quite literally left, right, up, center, all within seconds getting all those kills. At least KTH got a good laugh out of it.
Yeah, I mean, they were serious at the start, waiting to try and bait someone in, but I think when they realized that 2 Fear X players were actively jumping out the map, and there was 20 seconds left.
5 seconds to go.
You're seeing how it's gonna go from that point
Attacker's
onwards, I think.
objective is to defuse a bomb.
I love to see the baiting. So it's just Nova, go! I want this ace. Go bait. This moment, I would like to have the team comms and be able to understand them. Anyway, we have had the round swap, and Fear X is now going to be on the attack. It's going to be Small trying to set some pace here. See how quick they'll go. After that round we've just had. We're in failed to get the ace. He's going to try and go for some revenge now.
Now 5-1, and Mali does get the end of good, but I was gonna say does find themselves worse for wear, and then spins on the dime. Gets the lead in, and I was gonna try and raise the point that BNA, the round that they got on their defense was because the Damonkia yesterday rushed in, and the rush didn't quite come together. Different approach, but the good boy rushed in and knocked right back out. The buck is gone. A bit of a blow. You're looking at where they kind of want to get themselves set up here. There's a lot of soft that's otherwise going to stay solid. 5 HP.
Rodent as well, low on their all back, and Demic. I mean, they just have to play from windows.
Got down to 5 and then finally got caught. Somali. Third engagement, and surviving that long is at least testament, but with 27, as he said, and Katsang hurt as well, won't take a huge amount to force them out of this engagement. They've got a lot to track. The Deimos in and out of the coach check room. Not sure what he's angling for. The removal of any close utility. I'm assuming there's a Banshee or something there as well, tucked and ready.
Maybe to rush the door even, so he can just run through as soon as it blows up.
Well, will the bees get caught out? Nothing to stop at least the pressure onto the shield. KTH suffers. There goes the controller blue from underneath. You are right. Deimos in and up. Screams up the stairs. Kai does get one. And his reveal comes out on the camera. Not entirely sure where the pressure's coming. 30 seconds, and Katsang forces the balance away. Rotates their way away as well. Good bit of motion here from the experienced player.
Effie is so far away. He's all the way to the opposite side of the map. There's 20 seconds left. We kind of have to go for a bit of a move here. Joker to be used to open up. Instantly over towards the Vendetta as well. I believe there is one person prone on the actual diffuser. One inside the pantry and one inside of the basement. They need to push now as the swing comes in from the backside. Fear X, they went for a bit of an initial aggression out there, but it didn't really pay off as well as they wanted to. The instant trades to come through on the side of BNA. That's only you can only commend BNA for that, for being able to get those trades in.
There's parts of I'm not entirely sure what Fear X wanted to do entirely as a team, right? So there was obvious where
Defenders, protect your
we
bombs
had,
by attackers.
you know, the sort of quick motion Deimos, the pressure from the top of the Ivy, and around that area they wanted to try and smash their way across, and that worked. And then, as you said, oh, where's Mephi? Oh, he's outside on the far side at the furthest possible away point of where the site is. You know, maybe he was on drone, fine, but just not being in a position to activate and to help when things get a bit wrong into a trade game you're trying to force on numbers. It falls away a little bit. 5-2.
10 seconds
Fear
left
X.
before insertion.
Still on pace, at least to get this locked off pretty well.
The Monty being brought in.
Objective is to locate a bomb bomb and defuse it.
Gonna be trying to set some ground or cover some ground quickly. Of course, it's just very difficult to deal with. There's also a clash on the other side, so you know, if it is a one-on-one, the clash will win over time because of the fact that you do damage with that shield, or if the fact that someone's in trophy, so they're instantly rotating out, Roland not wanting to stick around after they've been found out, and both falling back towards the site, meaning only one roamer remains, and that is going to be Damali playing around with that Warden. Although he might have just been called back as well, as he's now playing around on the blue stairs, so not really sure if you can call that a roam, as it's still like adjacent towards the site itself. But Fear X is putting their clear on quite effectively now.
I have you covered! The Monty, rocking and rolling its way down towards trophy. Now a Monty versus the Clash, as you said, it's going to turn into an engagement. You also have the Capital, you have the Carly and the Thatcher if you really want to be clever at ways that, you know,
Yeah, they have enough ways to deal with it. It's not that big for now.
It's just, it's still awkward in some ways, but also you couldn't really be better prepared. Swap the Thermite for a Nomad with an air jab, and you have, I think, everything to easily dispatch a Clash.
I just want to, you know, lock horns, to be honest, with those shields, and then make sure you put some fire right behind and in front of it. Clash has nowhere to go at that point. One of the ways to deal with it. Katzen going quite aggressive, playing inside a trench. Not sure if the wall behind him has been opened up. One of them has been reinforced. Is he stuck in there? That's my question, though. The Clash is coming over to provide suppressed.
Oh, no! What are you doing? Missing everything, apparently. Pushed back into the site. Keep barricading it up. The Clash is there as well, but what a tragedy for Fear X.
You cannot just run in and start putting down the exothermic like that. You gotta make sure that stuff is clear first, and of course there's a Clash. There's not much they're gonna do except for slowing you down, but it's this exact spot. Like, if you would have put a drone in here, you knew there was a shield, you knew there was a player right behind it. Now it's Nova in a 1v5. Instantly shut down with a shotgun. A flawless round for BNA. That is very, very sloppy from Fear X.
Exceptionally so. I mean, come on. Free to just swing around the side of red, get the crossfire onto the cover and the person putting the exothermic on.
You gotta at least wait until the Monty is in from trench. Like,
yeah, it's just wait.
There were
It's not even the question
away.
of bring other stuff or do other things, but patience.
by attackers.
Well, unfortunate round there for Fear X. BNA, they capitalized on it perfectly.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And again, like, a drone would have confirmed there is a shield there. Most likely there will be a player reaching out from that. And, you know, the Clash, sure, that won't shoot back. But you had the Monty, like, 2 meters away from the door inside of trench. If he would have punched that Keeper barrier, he would have seen that there was a player out there. Or more importantly, they wouldn't have gone for a swing at that moment in time. Because then suddenly there is a person that can shoot them as well. So a big oversight. Like, they spend the first part of that round quite effectively clearing out the first and second floor. Like, you know, there was no pressure coming out from that position. Then they just throw it all away by being a bit too quick.
5-3. And I said this could feel closer when it was around the, you know, the 4-1 mark, and pace is so lightly closer. But if rounds like that keep happening, I did say it. I did say at the very start, if one game was going to go to OT,
Yeah, it will probably be this one.
it'd be this one. And it's because of Fear X. It's on their side, really. And maybe it's because we have higher expectations of them, because they've been a top-tier roster, because they've been an international roster. These mistakes just keep happening. Good boy. Leans in, gets one, sprayed through, caught in the blind. Damali cannot see, but the glasses get activated. It's a close swing that Good Boy wins out. And I get it, you know, you're a body down, go for the trade, go for the pressure there. You think you have the opportunity, but then with Rin getting one more, I mean, we've just got past that minute gone.
Where does
And
this
it's a
suddenly
5
come
versus
from as
2.
well? Like, you've just had, like, such a sloppy round, and now suddenly everything is clicking. It is funny how, like, the duality of Fear X is being portrayed right here, right now. KTH spotted, actually managed to find the kill on Rin, who dug in deep over the top floor. Sport's now coming from Kai, but I believe that does mean that the entire side is now going to be left unattended. Oh.
I mean, where has this been? Really? The fact that I guess it's just coming into, look, let's throw ourselves in, get the engagement. Good boy. He's going for the spray through. They get themselves the map point. They get themselves on towards locking it down. But it's still, it's such a strange route here.
The last round and the round before that are two like very opposites. Is like the last round made like a silly mistake, which cost them basically the entire execute within seconds, and then the one we've just seen, everything just clicks and they're able to just find the weaknesses and then push themselves through and get kills out the back of it. As we head into a tactical timeout of BNA. Of course, they want to push this to overtime as well. They're 3 rounds away. It's very doable. But they just need to be a bit tidier. Make sure that there is no gaps that they allow Fear X to sneak through. So now we just wait. What are they going to say that can actually turn this around for them? It's not like they need to do a whole bunch of work. For a lot of these rounds, Fear X has been doing it for them. But if they just tighten up a little bit more, that might just be enough.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
How much further
Bomb located by
can it
attackers.
push them? Can they tie 3 rounds in a row? And that, well, they've not been able to do so far in this league. Can Fear X push it? Technically, it's huge growth from before and after. Obviously, last time it was a 7-0 that they got into when they were up against Fear X.
10 seconds remaining.
Ready, set, ready, right.
5 seconds to insertion.
Improvement has been made in that case.
We're looking for the positives here.
They want points. Again, like, rounds don't really matter until it's a 3-way tie, where everybody has a head-to-head over each other. You want those points. Like, if you lose 7-0 or, you know, 7-5, in the end, it still puts you in the same place on the leaderboard. So they just, like, you know, even if they will get close, even if it's a 7-5, sure, there's a lot to be, you know, happy about. But also, like, it's basically nothing at that point. Don't get anything for it. And this is a game where very, very likely they could be able to get a point out of it, as you mentioned before.
Where will the first foot go here from Fear X? They've obviously lost Mephi. They've lost that Deimos, the track, but you still have pretty good ideas where the pressure can come across. It's sort of winding its way towards the top of the Ivy step. And there's 2. Instantly picked back up. They've swapped the balance into their favor. They've lost Katsang, bang, roll and gone as well. They've still got Damali, who's been having a great game so far. You can try and put some pressure onto. Here now with the final lead through. What can BNA pull out after the timeout, after that conversation, after that
Attackers
chance?
dropped the diffuser.
And the attack is still wide enough because they've just taken library under control, which is a huge part, but they still have people around piano as well looking to put up the pressure. And, you know, of course, like, these glasses will protect them from the flashbangs to come through, but a double swing like that definitely won't. So it's a confirmation. Last 2 players will find themselves on the side. 1 on the pool table, 1 behind the bar. There's damage being done to both. It's very unlikely that they'll last.
Lines come out across it. As you said, very unlikely they'll last. They are playing with the tiniest bit of space on the back end. One's behind the bar, one's in the prep. But if the bar is absolutely overwhelmed with customers, unfortunately, there's no room to go, and you're probably just going to tire yourself out. How will they shape this final approach? They have to be a bit smart.
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
Unfortunately, that's the opposite. One is down. They would seen that. They've got the pings on the player. It's the last single player they didn't know about. Now they do. Now they do. Fear X. They find it at the end, but still a shaky road to get here.
Yeah, there's a lot to clean up, but they managed to get those 3 points on the board. That's what's most important in the end. Just hope that they can clean up for some of their games that will be happening against D+ or against PSG Talon, because if you make these kind of mistakes against them, it is very likely that they're able to actually benefit of that. So you want to make sure they clean up.
Well, 7-3, but it could have been worse, and they'll know that better than anybody. We'll take a break before we're back to talk about it.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Welcome back to the South Korea desk. I'm Anne, joined by Fluke and Hap. And we just saw Fear X take out the victory there, a 7-3 over BNA. Very convincing victory, as I may say. Some very good individual performances from the players that we saw on the side of Fear X. Once they got on our attack, it looked a little bit more worrying, almost as if BNA was able to bring it back. But still, again, 3 points on the board. That's what Fear X came here for, Hap, and that's what they got away with.
They got the points, and in the end, you know, that's all that matters. Of course, there is still a lot of improvement that they can make, and especially if you compare the performance that they had against Weble, they definitely left some more on the board here for BNA to pick up. But overall, I think they can still be happy with the results in the end.
I think it's that sort of idea here, right? Before and after, yeah, they did play a bit better, but Fear X definitely played worse. And I think that's the main sort of takeaway from my money, and probably the main takeaway from theirs as well, is they have to be able to pick it up. You're against a team that was bottom of the board last time round, and you are one of the 2 teams that got to the major. It needs to be demonstrated inside the server, and it just didn't really feel like it was today.
No, I agree with you. If we're looking at these players here and their personal performances, one thing I am happy to see though on the side of BNA is that Katsang and Damali were having a better time. Specifically for Katsang and Damali on the defense. Once they were on the defense, they were great picking up those multiple kills. But then there was one player on the side of Fear X that in my opinion stood out even more. That is of course Rin. I mean, that quad kill is absolutely amazing. Almost able to go for the A's, unfortunately just not happening. But the kills were coming in such quick fashion right after one another as well. Just absolutely tearing down BNA before they were able to respond in any possible way about it, Fluke.
Yeah, I think that was sort of it, really. When you have to have the send it in, let's get this finished, let's get this pushed over the line and change the pace in that manner, it sets itself up. Rin had that almost ace round. They had a few pop-off moments. I still think that they were a bit late to the party sometimes, and that's been a criticism of them for a long time. But when they were there brilliantly, and that's what you sort of need from them.
Yeah, it's also, like, you know, what we've spoken about with Rin, like, they have been such a hit or miss when they were on D+, and so far, really been showing up well on Fear X quite consistently as well, so, you know, might be a better fit for their current playstyle and position. Probably sad they didn't get the ace, although I must say I did enjoy the baiting that was going on now with people running out of the windows trying to figure out where the last one was.
I mean, that also kind of showed that Fear X at some point was really toying with their food in regards of,
not
you know,
stressed at
their
all.
opponents today. It showed they had the dominance to show they were very comfortable in this game. And, you know, of course, 3 points for them, amazing. But that means we're on our halfway point. We have 2 more games left, and the game coming up after the break will be Orgless taking on D+. So we'll take a bit of time, and then we'll be back right with you. time for Orglis and D Plus to take the stage as a third game of today in the second group stage day of Career League Stage 2 in 2024. If we looked at this match in the last stage, it could have and should have been a very easy match for D Plus, ending in second in that last stage, and then Orglis, the former BSG, coming in as fifth. That should mean that D Plus have a bit of an easy time, but there have been some roster changes on both these sides, specifically for a team like D Plus. What has been going on for this team is that they had a new coach. Their coach, which previously was on their team, is now back as a player, and of course they're bringing in JLT from PSG as well. So a bit of changes in the background as well as with the players themselves, as we can see right here. And I mean, it was more of a funny thing that we brought up yesterday, but we're so happy to see NV Taylor back. No one's able to stop this man from playing the game.
He's the oldest man still playing the game on a professional level. I was actually looking through all the birthdays. It's like, yeah, I don't think that person plays anymore. Don't think that person plays anymore either. So yeah, I think he's definitely one of the longest standing pro players still out there. So yeah, no one's able to stop him. Went to coach for just a little bit, and then came back as a main player.
As I said yesterday, NV Taylor stan since today. Love the posts. Follow them on socials. Look at their posts of their hamsters. Great. And also gives hope to people like Tim that people can still play Siege at an older age. I say that. I think I'm the same age as NV Taylor.
NV Taylor is, I think, 31?
Yeah, we're around the same age.
So then you're allowed to say it.
Sorry,
in
did you
my
say
opinion.
24? Yeah, I'm 24.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I'll allow you to say it in that case. When we're looking at the performance of D+, specifically yesterday as well, what really stood out to me was their aggression on defense. We saw the opposing team, BNA, was almost unable to deal with that. We mentioned NV Taylor, but Woogieman also had an amazing game yesterday. So for them, of course, it's the question if they can keep up that good streak so far, and if they can once again get that title back of being that titan in Career League and make it to an international event, what they so want to go to. Now, we mentioned roster changes and we spoke about the roster changes for D+, but I think even more has happened on the side of Orglis, because there's been a lot of players that were moving in and out of this team. Player-wise, technically, Vamos being the sole remainer as a player on this team. Jinne, we mentioned him as the super sub, positioning from the transition from the analyst role in towards the player role back again. And the start for them in stage 2 was nothing too great. A difficult game against Blossom, specifically on the attack cap. They struggled with that.
Yeah, they definitely struggled out there, but I mean, again, like, it's basically a completely new team. Weren't expecting them to instantly, hit the ground running and get those victories in. But arguably, Blossom would have been the easier opponent to do it against than D+, who are at times a well-oiled machine. So I am not looking too optimistic for Orglis for this specific game. I still think that they have the opportunity to outperform the stage 1 that the team had. Of course, for the 2 remaining players that are out there. But there's still a lot of work they need to do.
I think it's that sort of setup here, right? We talked about it yesterday when we got the new roster. We got the idea going into Clubhouse, and we sort of talked about how this is a great place for them to maybe start to cut their teeth. They couldn't pull it off yesterday. Now they're up against a team that looked very strong yesterday. We don't know where they're going, but it's probably going to be a much rockier ride than they had yesterday.
Potentially. I mean, of course, we see all of the matches today, including one winner from yesterday and one loser from yesterday. So that'll probably reflect in the head-to-head when it comes to the 2 teams when they're going up against each other in their stats as well. They'll probably lean towards the favor of D+, what you kind of expect coming into this game, having, of course, had that victory yesterday. It should look a little bit better for them, but the head-to-head between players as well, because if I am correct, we should be having a head-to-head between some of the remaining players on this roster. Vamos on the left side, of course, for Orglis, and then NV Taylor here coming in for D+. So you can see that it's leaning towards his favor. Of course, they won that game yesterday, but Vamos, then again, he was playing those more supportive operators, so can we really blame him for that?
And so was NV Taylor. That's the sort of rub of it, right? Is that the back line, and what we complimented NV Taylor on so much was he did so well being that last port of call, that last fight, that last sort of line and everything. And, he went 4 rounds, 5 rounds before he was even eventually killed. And he was just locked down. And Vamos, yeah, is that supporting role. But in the conversation of Vamos, he was the one that was left fighting it. MV Taylor was the one that was mopping up what was left. And that was the sort of, difference between the pair of them.
I was gonna say, oldest player in the game still, as you mentioned it in your words, giving all players the idea that they can still perform and the hope that they can still perform. Because he is.
So the renaissance, I guess, for Envy Taylor in specific. We're seeing, of course, a head-to-head between these two teams. Like I said, the sets leading in favor of D+. That's not a big surprise, but so far, matches have really gone the way of the teams that already won their game yesterday. D+ are, of course, looking to continue that, but for Orgless, there's a chance to break that kind of streak, and I'm excited to see what kind of map they will be doing that on. When we looked at the matches that were happening yesterday, D+, of course, having played that Chalet, and Orgless having played the Clubhouse. Clubhouse will not be brought back here. D+ saw that yesterday for Orgless. They were not happy to go back to that. Instead, we are going to Labs, and I'm quite excited. I'm always really happy to see Labs as a competitive map. We've heard many players say that in ranked, it's a very difficult map if you have to play it solo, but once you're playing it with a team, it really brings that beautiful nature of the map alive. How are we feeling about Labs as a battleground for these two teams, Fluke?
I think I would lean towards D+ Kia as being more sort of set up with it. To be honest, across the span of maps, across the spread, Labs plays more like Clubhouse than a lot of others. It's found itself in that sort of situation where it's a lot of teams' second pick, and I think based on the lessons sort of demonstrated yesterday, what was missing from the sort of Orgless team was that connectivity. That is going to hurt them just as badly here.
Yeah, again, like basically what Emmy said, it is starting to basically formulate into one of those like default maps as well. It plays in a, well, I wouldn't say linear, but like similar like step-by-step plan. There's always, you always know what's next that you need to do. You always know what room you need to control after, the wall you've been opened up to get that plan down. So fundamentals also very important here. D+ is a very strong team. I think it will suit them well.
That's actually one thing I want to dive into a little bit deeper, because we see D+ on the defense. That should be a comfortable site for them. Orgless have a difficult start out on the attack. Of course, they were struggling out yesterday as well. What we saw from D+, what they did very well was an aggression on their defense. What do you think Orgless could have as a little card up their sleeve, or the ace up their sleeve, to bring down D+ today? What could they bring out today that could surprise D+, or could kind of disrupt this aggression on their defense, maybe?
It's kind of hard to piece together, right? Because being able to disrupt on a map like this, when there's quite a lot of play space, there's a lot of a distance, there's a lot of direction, everything generally will operate itself internally well within the map itself. So you can't kind of be quick about it. You have to be a little bit more, okay, our team's going to play in a 4 versus 5 for a period of time whilst I look for an opportunity for the first 30 seconds to a minute. There's not too many, I'm going to go in, quick, get this and pull out. There has to be a trust and a confidence that that is something that they can pull off against their opponents who are active on their defense. They like to move. If you can be a bit patient with one player on the loose, you might get a reward.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we're gonna get another aggression on defense masterclass from D+, or if Orgless can collect their first points in Stage 2 of Career League, and it's gonna go down on Nighthaven Labs.
Down it goes, Hap. We find ourselves screaming towards Nighthaven Labs for the first time in Korea this split.
Yeah, we're seeing a wide variety of maps so far.
Ooh, not as bad as the last one.
No, not as bad, but it's definitely still not looking good for the side of Orgless, I would say. Very, very favored towards down one. D+. And understandably so, because again, they are one of those consistent top 3 teams that is just very hard to beat.
You don't know a worrying statistic?
Always. Like to worry in my free time.
You sounded a little bit hesitant there, but yeah, I'll tell you. To get into the playoff bracket, where anyone had a chance at getting the spot of the major because of the way Korea is set up, they needed to get more than 4 points. That was the cutoff last time.
Yeah.
So we might already know, without being like, oh yeah, PSG Talon are always going to make it, we might be able to say, yeah, PSG Talon have made it on the line of how it sort of went for Korea last time, which is why it's so important on these opening 3 play days, is because those opening 2 and 3, and yeah, they're at the bottom of the board, but the 2 teams that didn't make it into the playoffs lost their first play day, lost their second play day, and lost their third play day. They didn't get wins until later on. Whereas, you know, beyond Stratos and Blossom, they were both able to find success earlier in the season, which are the teams that just scraped in. It shows how important setting the pace of a split is.
Yeah, it definitely is. Starting off with a couple wins on the board is just going to alleviate so much pressure of what you need to perform to get in there. And indeed, like the 6th team to qualify last stage was Blossom with 7 points. You know, if you win your first 2 games, that is 6 points on the board. You only need a single more, like overtime. You basically guaranteed yourself to go towards those playoffs. Because getting first seed or second seed in South Korea, it doesn't lend you a major spot instantly. It lends you a bye in the first round, meaning you only would have to play 2 games or win 2 more games to qualify yourself towards the majors. So it is very, very valuable to have those first couple of wins in, just because it alleviates the pressure and makes sure that you can just play a bit more freely over the rest of the stage.
D plus Kia, the compliments paid to you yesterday. Will they shine again today? They've been looking strong. They almost have the most to prove of the big teams in Korea, being the one that could not quite make it to the international stage. It's going to be holding off on what is a pretty standard approach here. Starter labs, put the pressure onto IT wall, get yourself over into the back end of jungle and the far side and try and clear across. The Tubarao is going to buy them some time. Jungle is also known as Connector, but strangely I agree with Pengu that Connector is a bad name for it when there's a connecting room right next to it.
There's a bunch of connectors on this map if you
There's
so
many connectors.
Scanning. Stay sharp.
Yeah, they're just trying to get the information down first and slowly get themselves into a position where they can start opening up. You already see like part of the wall opened. They're looking to put some pressure in, and they are getting quite an idea of what's clear and what's not. Using that utility to prepare themselves, but you know, a minute 30 has passed. There hasn't really been any engagement yet. It's a bit of cat and mouse because the drones roll in, the defenders roll back. And as a result, some walls have been opened up, some others are being jammed by the mute jammers, meaning that the rest of the team will have to come to it.
Well, where will this first engagement find itself cooked around? MV Taylor was tour de force backline last time. Everything's sealed around him, just waiting for some loose thread, which was an adventure I like to make last time, D plus Kia, but not being offered to them this time round. Different map, different setup. Slips their way on by, and Impact Tricks some solidity. They're playing with a thinner and thinner line of space, but they still have the space. And it's going to have to turn into a bit of just a brute force way in, and that is not a way in. It's an awkward angle to have to defend, and fair enough. Jin can just lock it down and be a problematic person, but they do not have a route through into the site outside of just IT or up the top of the stairs itself. Finally makes some motion round. Going to go for the breach on the wall. Things are shaping up nicely. Ooh, Envy Taylor. Perfectly removed.
Good clean shot to come through, and that's going to be given an opening to the attack out there, but they got to be careful as they open up more walls. There's not that much time left, Emmy. And that means that basically these small mistakes could really come to haunt them now. There's no one there to try and put the diffuser down until just now. But they're so close to it. All you have to do is swing through the door and get the kill, but they checked the wrong side. The Nitro Cell goes long as well, and that means 45 seconds now counting down in a one-on-one for JLT. But Vamos comes out on top.
Well, we said Vamos was the star player before, and he was the one that needed to make a difference today, and he's the last one standing in the 1 versus 1, the Thermite to get it. And, you know, as I said, it's going to turn into just strong arming in, right? When you've got 30 seconds left, every player still standing, there's holes open up on the walls that aren't being actively contested with gunfights. You could see the D plus Kia players sort of just trying to find little pockets of space, waiting, letting the time tick on as long as possible.
Attackers need to locate
It ultimately gave August just a little bit too much to work with there. I mean, the first kill was beautiful. The little tuck round the corner, pop, Envy Taylor in the head. And then from then on, Vamos getting the triple kill, getting the plant, getting everything done. Couldn't ask for a better Thermite main. If I said Envy Taylor gives inspiration to Tim, maybe it's Vamos on Thermite.
Vamos is for the specific Thermite plays, and Envy Taylor just in general. But, I mean, it's just a bit of lack of information there. D Plus didn't know where the plant was going through. It was a very chaotic end of the round, of course. So of course, it's hard to actually know where the push was coming in from. But just a quick swing around the corner rather than, you know, trying to get the C4 long, trying to challenge the long angle away in servers, like behind the actual server pillar. And that would have been a completely different round because the time basically already ran out when that plant started happening.
Now, different site, different hold, and different manner of getting yourself some control. You've obviously got a little bit more of an adventure around the map itself. Some of those E plus Kia players, I'm going to assume coated on the Vigil is the one that we're seeing creeping around. Maybe the Valkyrie of JLC as well. They're in these positions to cause some problems around the top floor, try and catch them out, get some motion. There's coated, doing exactly that, as I said. And it was the Vigil. Kel Supri is the one that's on the Roman IT.
A bit confused as why they used some Excaris earlier on to open up the barricade.
It did get rid of the procs on the other side of it.
Yeah, that got rid of it, but I'm not sure if that was intended or if that was just like, let's open this up and fall back instantly
I'm going to
afterwards.
say it was intended. Otherwise, why would you?
Yeah.
Laziness or surprise, open up multiple things at different time. Either way, it worked. And then either way, they're down 2 players anyway. So it didn't really work. In the time of doing that, the roaming has been able to cause some problems. Coated's now hiding under a desk as the drones roll on by, but do they know that fabled, famous game we love to play?
As long as he doesn't activate the ERC-7, the IQ's not going to be catching on to him either. So the drones that just rolled by, they might think it's going to be completely clear. IQ checking as well. There's no ERC-7 anywhere to be found. So they're just going to walk by. They're just going to let him be because they think he's no longer there. And that means the code had just been enabled to find 2 or 3 more kills.
Pressure. Coming through. At this point. Trying to see if they can tiptoe their way around, but I mean, look, this is the tiptoe game, right? They knew the Vigil was on the loose. They weren't able to lock him down. The fight comes through in their favor, though. With 30 seconds, can they try and push this to an advantage?
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Big question. I think IQ actually activated the sensor out there. Seems to be at least a little bit of a read from where the attackers are going to be coming from, but you saw 2 of them near the main breaches that were made.
Seconds left.
Rounds on Animas and Assembly. I assume that's where they're going to try and actually get that plant through. There's still a man advantage for the attack. They need to go in now. Like, where are they? Where are they?
5 seconds.
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Vamos does find a kill, but
Have run out of time.
Or was the execute?
nowhere.
it's just that there's 9 seconds left and they're all still just waiting outside, like looking through the holes that they've created. They needed to go in. But this is also kind of the thing that happened in the last round. But then they managed to get away with it because they had 4 bodies that could just brute force themselves into the side, push that plan down, and get some kills with it. The same issue that we just saw. Like, they just basically ran out of time and they didn't really know how they wanted to go for that push. It's very similar rounds.
Okay. D plus Kia, they get themselves pretty comfortably over the edge on the second, and they're going to opt to go to the top floor again, and you're sort of thinking, well, surely they'll explore the map a bit more this time, right? They had the Vigil, caused the problems, late execute, force the time out of their favor. Even if you can waste 30 seconds, think about when the execute came through from August Korea with none of the rest of the map contested. That is the golden ticket right now, and that's what they need to try and stress and stretch out, rather than just fall back, fall back, fall back, fall back, done. But I mean, it's a big map. It's kind of what I said before when Anne was asking, you know, what's going to be the difference maker? How can they get the surprise strikes? It's a huge, huge play space.
There is a lot, yes, but also a lot of the map you just don't need for a lot of these attacks. Like when you're attacking the second floor here, for example, you don't need any of the first floor. You don't need anything of the basement. To be honest, you can just let those players be there. Maybe if you want to go for like a mezzanine kind of take, you want to make sure that the garage is somewhat under control, or the warehouse, so you don't have anybody coming in from there. But a simple drone and someone watching that can already do like a whole lot of work out there. So, you know, it's just about taking what you need to get these executes on the way, and not much more than that. And now as the first minute's passed, well, an exothermic has been used, but still like no real control into the side itself. They're looking to insert themselves right below. Maybe they can use the buck to create some vertical pressure, which might force people out of their strong positions and actually, you know, force them into lines of sights that are being held. But if the buck starts opening up now, there is no pressure on the defense whatsoever from anybody else, which means that they can just try and challenge the buck backwards through the own angles that he's making. But there needs to be pressure on the side before we start opening up below.
Waiting. 2 killers. Oh, no, it's done. I was going to do a whole...
It's one killer.
Whole thing. A whole nature documentary thing. It's done. Jin's dead. Cancel the documentary.
Maybe we'll get another opportunity somewhere throughout the day.
I hope so. At this point, there's the next set as well. JLT has the lockdown on the top of rafters, and this is what I sort of meant, right? They're exploring the space. That was close. That was a haircut.
Yeah, that put a whisk by his head out there, but a reinforcement has been made, so we could be very happy with that. They still do have an exothermic left, though, so good chance that they will be opening up, and one of the walls actually just got hurt, so that's going to be nothing out there. Envy will find a kill. It's GLT that just digs in close around the jungle wall. It's going to be hiding in, but you know that phone call is going to be giving away the game that he's trying to play.
Oh, cut a hair with that one, but Vamos is able to come out ahead. He was the man of the moment the last time round, and now he's the only man left. Has to ace clutch. And he's at least fed one more. They're all trying to get the fight, though. Woogieman gets the end of it. Someone here, now in the lead, now in the driving seat, now a little bit further ahead. But getting the return on the site is probably the bigger sort of momentum, the confidence boost of saying, look, this went away from us before. They are active now. As I said, it's the biggest compliment I can sort of pay to them and their play is that they don't just sit and wait.
Yeah, you have to get active. You have to be moving around. As soon as you just sit still and basically do nothing, you're giving free rein to your opponents to go for whatever attack plan they might have prepared for you. And whilst, you know, that almost worked out in the first round, considering they ran out of time, really. As soon as you start moving, you know, some more time gets wasted. They have to be a bit more careless in some of the decisions they make, which you can then punish and find yourself an advantage with. So far so good. Finding themselves in that control. So we're headed for the first floor site.
10 seconds left.
Let's see how that plays out. Now I assume that top floor is going to be quite important here as well.
5 seconds to insertion.
At least you would hope that there's some importance paid to it by the defense.
Defuse a bomb.
They're playing around in cafeteria kitchen. Just interested to see how the attack hall approaches as well, because top floor, the basement, they get played quite a lot. And you have 2 different floors on the first flooring, and well, every team just has a different preference on which they like to play.
I enjoy the rare usage of the cap cam nowadays. Not the most common scene. For a period was there pretty much every single round, but a little bit less active. On a map like this, when there are a lot of different sort of blocky doorways to enter, and you're always concerned about the swing from either side, it could find itself netting a bit of a reward. Otherwise, MV Taylor out and about, looking for rewards of his own. Not always the position that he's sort of playing, not always the position that he's built over the decade or so he's been playing.
It's weird that we're almost in like the 10th year already. See,
Right?
Yeah.
And he has been here since the beginning.
It is honestly incredible to think about. But Jin finding the first. Jensen gone. Second to be spotted, but that one is not leaning in. E1D will be called to stop Coded from moving. Will be pinged for a little bit, but he stays alive. Could be a good C4 to come through. Don't know if they have information. But MV's waiting. There was 2 people around it just a second ago, but they've both disappeared. Gets popped early. Buck was on the wrong side of it. Or the right side, depending on who you're looking at.
Chasing ghosts out the doorways, and I mean, the execute that we saw that was successful was still... It took a while for them to posture and get into position. So they've got to start trying to speed that up with this first kill, with this first bit of advantage here. Make sure that the wasted time on the hunt isn't going to something that punishes them. They're still in good steading. Now on the back line, going to try and force the player down below, get them down the stairs, and get themselves a little bit of a grown position as they're exploring. Are they going to act? There's one with the shotgun. They've led into the site itself. They've still been able to make some motion happen behind it, but the next kill is all blinded out. It's Jin getting 1 and 2 as Coated finds 1 in the mix. 3 versus 2, so it's still neck and neck, but with the kit outside. Has to go out, get it recollected, get it back in, and almost gives D plus Kia a second to breathe. They lose the next engagement, though. And with the 3 versus 1, Coated all that's left. He's being watched from above. As he steps in the door, he'll get shot down.
Good round there in the end. From the side of Orgless to come through, they had the opportunity. They went for those fights. They managed to actually isolate a lot of D+. As they managed to find that verticality, but also just horizontally stacking themselves up close to the site quickly. And when you're playing around with storage control, that site is just so accessible so quickly. You enter control hallway, you're basically already next to control. You just have to jump the window for storage and you're inside the site already. Like, it doesn't take a lot of time to take the control you need for that site. Basement again. See if we this time will see an executor come through. That was kind of lacking last time we were here. Orglans did a lot of work. They opened a lot of stuff. Then they, well, sadly, took a bunch of losses. And time just kind of ran out. Like, the last 5 seconds, players started to jump into the sides, but not really being able to get anything done. And as a result, got themselves removed.
5 seconds to insertion.
New feed active.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
2 apiece. Weirdly enough, closer than I would have thought. I think is the best compliments you can pay towards it. And it's not that D plus K are entirely missing or entirely disconnected. Orgless have stepped up huge over the past round, but then you sort of look at the 2 rounds and go, okay, well, how have they done it? Vamos was obviously a massive factor in them getting the first round, and then there, Jin getting at least a triple, 75% of his kills in the previous round being a bit of a factor. He's still going. Maybe it just takes a bit of a superstar show up here from a couple of the players on the roster to get the ball rolling. A very early kill, a very early removal of Coated, who was that big problem for them last time. And they've instantly gone, found those players, punished them on their loose mobility play.
Yeah, finding those roamers early on is definitely going to be helping them out quite a lot with, you know, the time pressure that they're feeling, because they've just been running out of it. And that's the annoying part on their side, because they keep on getting like these advantages. Not every round, but they manage to get some advantage on the board. But then the time just kind of ticks away and they're a bit too slow to get things going. And suddenly, the round is over and it ticks in favor of D+. So, them finding Code at this early on gives him the opportunity to try, kind of snowball the top floor, to kind of snowball maybe into the first floor as well, especially with the Logi bombs to come through. Because it forces the rest of the defenders to be very wary of what's happening, but also to fall back slightly. So, Boogeyman now being spotted out by the drone. He was the remaining roamer out there. Yunsung, in the meantime, also, however, onto that first floor. Is going to be playing around there. If they do not find Yunsung, and if they do not find Boogeyman, they can suddenly be popping up like from their flanks as soon as they want to go for an execute. So it's very important that they're very thorough in finding those two players.
A minute on the clock or so. Yunsang in this off the piste position. Just to see if they can try and replicate what the Vigil did before. Them being a surprise factor might be the deciding one. They're active, they're moving, they're getting closer and closer. The longer they leave it, the more likely nobody's going to be sitting around here. The Buck is the active, but there is somebody else watching. I think Hero has the cover. The Dockerby is sitting patiently for anyone to get closer. And Yunsang might be about to walk right into the fight. No, they've moved away at this point. They think it's all clear. They think they have an opportunity here. If they look left, they might have the free kill. There's the blinds coming through. They've missed. They've gone down the stairs and got the double. Surely it comes. There it is. I'm going to say surely it comes around the back of them. They're trying to pick up the pieces. There's 2 seconds left on the clock, though, Hap. They don't have the time.
But this is what I meant. Like, they had to go off, Emmy, because the time was running out. There was 17 seconds left when Dokkaebi decided to go down the staircase, and that's exactly when the move came through. Beautifully read out there, you know, from Yunsung to move in at that moment in time. Gets 2 kills, of course, gets straight right afterwards, but the damage is already done. By the moment they find those straight kills, there was 3 seconds left, and the diffuser was all alone on the opposite side. There's no way they were going to be able to support him jumping in there. And D+, they just lock it off. And this is what I meant. Like, Coda being picked up that early, that should have been a huge booster to their time management. But instead, they kind of fumbled it again, letting the rest of the roamers be that impactful and leaving it till that late. If they did the execute 20, 30 seconds earlier than they did, because, I mean, let's be honest, they've just been sitting and watching angles for a very long time, not really making any moves. They would have at least had the opportunity to respond to it when stuff like that happens, rather than quickly having to run back into the site because the time is ticking red.
It's just been a very chaotic game, I think. And Augulus have definitely stepped up, but you're still seeing this, I'm not going to say it's lackadaisical from D+ Kia, but the moment they're finding opportunities feels like the weight and the heft of this map is taking a little bit of the wind of the pace of their sails out. You know, there's almost a little bit extra. I mean, oh, there's no extra there. Woogieman, unfortunately for him, missed out on the first, but I'm sure he's happy Dokkaebi's dead.
Dokkaebi has been
imagine if he got both.
calling quite a bit. Yeah, and that would have been like round over already. They could have just as well like just basically run in and hope for the best at that point. But I mean, removing the Dokkaebi has been quite beneficial for the roamers. Gives an opportunity for those to that want to explore the map a little bit more to do so in a bit more peace. Hero not having any luck at all, by the way. 0-6 so far.
I mean, it's just been one of those games for them, really. And as I said, with how competitive Augulus have been in it, is it this sort of story that will get told a bit longer? Is it that Vamos and Jin have had these, you know, superhero rounds that's got them through, or are their stats better reflected in those rounds because of the work the rest of the team's doing? It's one of those things that you can only really see in length of a game. At the same time, you know, Yunsang's a bit above the rest of the team, but E+ usually operates at these kind of numbers anyway. This will be a good round to sort of get a little bit more of a taste of it without the Dokkaebi the whole time. That roam hunt game that they've struggled with before is slowed once again.
And that's been the main issue, just the slowing of this attack to come through. All of them now kind of hovering around mezzanines, 3 of them. Which they're trying to make a push happen from. Now some jump downs are coming in, some verticality is going to be looked at here by Sajum. But again, this is kind of the point. Like, verticality is somewhat useless if you do not really have the, like, horizontal pressure to follow up on it. So the rest of his team needs to be in a position to catch them off guard as soon as they start moving. Which isn't really the case yet. Because you look at that, Woogieman is just trying to hunt him instead. And as the breach is about to be popping, Tubarão is going to be slowing that down even more. That is genius, by the way. They're struggling with time. What do? Bring Tubarão.
They get coated over the top of the shield. They're looking to try and get some control here at the top of the blue stairs, but with Woogieman popping up, removes Jin, and I mean, it's a bit weird for them to not check that, but I guess a bit weird is counteracted by the fact there's only 10 seconds left. Munu gets another JLT, cooks him to death though, and Woogieman is able to pop up for 2 more from the same spot. They got one of those kills. Just did not check the desk fully.
I mean, as soon as you start moving down that hallway and you've opened up the wall on CCTV towards the command center, as soon as you start moving in, you're just, like, putting yourself visibly in front of so many angles. Like, you either have to watch the desk or you have to watch the command center station out there. And, I mean, obviously chose wrong, but it was a player on either side, so if it wasn't Woogieman, it would have been the other player that was able to pick up those kills. And that's the swap. 4-2. It's going to be D plus now onto the attack. They now designate their own pace. And that could mean that this is going a whole lot quicker than what I've just seen from Orchid. Again, I just want to highlight the Tubarão pick. They were struggling that much time already. Cool. It's like just slowed it down for another in opening up the one wall they wanted to open.
4-2. A bit of a windy route to get here. But we've made it at this point, and now August have the benefit of their defense in their favor. This might start to give them a bit of space. Obviously, you know, 66% of their rounds they won yesterday had were on their defense. They only won 3, but 2 of them were on their defense. So technically, that statistic continues, we might get an OT.
We could potentially get an OT, who knows?
It's hopeful thinking.
This is definitely hopeful thinking. I didn't want to call you out on it.
No, I just want a competitive region. I beg for it. I pine for the fjords.
I'm looking forward towards the D plus Fear X or D plus Talon games. I think those should be very fun when they happen. And this is the difference, by the way. 30 seconds in, and we already see multiple people from D plus inside the building, rather than all outside trying to make some stuff happen. Already starting to clear things out. And of course there's some traps that have been set by Orglas. Trying to put some pre-placed C4s together with some of the Valkyrie cams. Oh, well, Ash charged off, so apparently they knew on the side of D plus as well, and, you know, that's going to be your C4 gun at that point.
Swapping mags.
Trying to get a little bit more of a slow down approach here. They're in a position to cause some problems, but the Nook might be the biggest problem of all. Patiently waiting for Jin. But how aware is Jin? Well, more aware than those 2 players. JLT and Coated gone. The Nook does get 1, but unless they can find a second, probably going to get wrapped around sooner rather than later. There's just so much exploration here. Think about where the site is. Think about where all these deaths have happened. And think about how much time we've got left. They've got a player inside the kitchen. Yunsang's putting pressure on one side. The Nook's probably going to come in the back end of them and get the kill. Sooner rather than later, though. The longer they're here, the more dangerous it is. Woogieman instead actually gets hero. A 3 versus 3. You still have a player inside the kitchen itself, but there's a player that's caught out of it. Yunsang is well aware of this danger. Hops in, finally finds it as Jin gets Woogieman in the same breath. 45 seconds out.
This is also the big difference, because D Plus has been completely proactive in the entire time that they've been up there. They've been actively hunting players, have actively been taking them down. And now, yes, there's 30 seconds left to go for an execute, but to some extent, that is still more time than we've seen Orglas' executes happen at most of the time. So isn't the end of the world, especially if they manage to get that first pick in either one of the two sides, as they are currently split.
15 seconds
Could
to
suddenly go really well for them. Flashbangs to come through. That blinds Vamos completely. Sage him. Not at all. 9 seconds. The plan needs to go down. Another flashbang to come through, but Vamos has full visibility, and they both find one. A Nitrocell and the Vector to come through. It's going to be the first defensive round to come in.
Okay, August, they get themselves locked in. They wasted a lot of time. I love that they were having the full, as I said, stretch of the upstairs. They made sure that every single bit of ground needed to be checked and rechecked. They made sure that everything wasn't clean. And yeah, they're out there causing problems. They're playing confidently, which is kind of what you wanted from this roster. It's kind of where you wanted them to be, you know, proposing themselves against a team like D plus Kia. It's that conversation, right, that we sort of had in the game before, where if you are going to be, you know, one of the biggest teams in the region, you've got to be fighting your international games. If you want to be one of those, you've got to be fighting your national games here. And August are doing exactly that. They're against one of those teams that has been big on the international stage, and they're showing that they know that they got to beat them. And that is a confidence that is so good to see.
10 seconds left.
Barrier formed. Keeper deployed.
Up towards that top floor. This is more of a default kind of take. You often, I mean, can we compare this to CCTV to some extent? I think you can. If you have to bring it to clubhouse terms. Might be a bit more defendable than CCTV is, but follows a similar kind of step-by-step plan where you want to open the exterior wall first. After that, you need to get control one way or another to start putting pressure out towards servers in command center. You can do that either by getting jungle and electrical, or you can do that by getting the warehouse and mezzanines under control. Either is fine. Actually, I gotta say it, like, both shields have been banned, or both main shields have been banned, but there is still a third. Boogeyman bringing it around on the fuse. It's gonna be helpful to get rid of some utility, potentially.
Hero, will this be the round that they're able to finally break blood? The first time, waiting in what is quite a dangerous position, one that will be hotly contested sooner rather than later. How much they want to stick it out. And the keeper barricades can go a fair distance.
Activating Selma. Changing max.
At this point, the focus is on towards the opposite end. They haven't gone for the break on IT as of yet. Curious where the fuse is going to get themselves deployed. Maybe just on the IT wall. Try and get as much of that utility opened as possible. There is the connector / jungle wall getting open. They have the swing, and oh no, in fact, IT is already opened. My mistake.
I would be surprised if that's the reason. Actually using the gadget.
Casual fuse. There's a swing round. Sees the top of the head of Frost, but cannot quite get the connection. They get hurt, but this is almost similar to the very first round of the game. Everybody's still standing. They're clearing the pockets of space, and it's going to turn into just a punching match in the site.
Still have an extra thermic left, though. They can still open up one of those crucial walls if they want to, and there you go. Some smokes being tossed out. Now, Diffuse with the shield, having the opportunity to move in as Coda gets the first kill.
Can they try and follow it up with actually getting the kit deployed? They're going for the same breach, and it's Boogeyman going for the plant. What are you kind of doing here, MV Taylor? Dying, unfortunately, as Vamos gets the lock-in, but with a post-plant situation, he's sneaking around. He's been keyed in. Stuck inside the site. Fuse is having a weird one. But he's pulled off the plant. He's up with his shield. He's hiding behind. His feet are safe, but not from impacts. As he gets knocked, perfectly played. 2 health on Hero, though. So he is pretty much just as low as a down player. There's the secure. The crossfire comes through and an execute from Coated. I mean, a bit of a wobbly one.
No questioning. I don't know what the answer is. Why did he stay prone? I have no idea. Like, with his feet forward as well, that means his shield is on the ground. Like, okay, well, I mean, again, no questioning it. Wobbly, but they managed to get the win in the end. And that's all what matters, right?
Sure. I mean, it's, you know,
any bombs
They threw themselves into it. They got the win. It was thinking about how they got the plant down with what they had. They just cleared that tiny wall, walked a shield in,
And planted,
and then
yeah.
planted behind the cutoff.
It's a miracle that went down in the first place.
100%, especially when there's still impacts in pocket that they were throwing over. Like, I'm really curious what August thought was happening compared to what actually happened.
They might have been confused as they were trying to breach the wall on mezzanines.
10 seconds.
And they're like, oh, they're trying to, you know, Thermo's trying to breach. And they just didn't realize that the plant was going down in the meantime already.
Activated. Banshee is gone.
Maybe they were focused on, like, IT
Use a bomb.
and warehouse. Not having seen the Fuse sneak in. You know, Fuse is, of course, like, very famous for being a sneaky operator, especially with his shield. Barely makes any noise. Slash S for those of you that don't realize. I don't know. That's why I said don't question it. I have no idea.
Don't question it. Don't think about it.
It just happened, so it's fine. Shake it off and let's go on.
E plus Kia. They're now sitting one round short, getting themselves onto that point. They're still on their attack. There's still more than enough chance here for August to keep this fight going, keep the pressure on. A little bit of a slip-up round isn't enough to kind of throw it out. Hero, unfortunately, still hasn't found a connection with this game. And I know, you know, you can't always point at a single player. Look at the other side, MV Taylor, after his massive day yesterday, has only got 1 kill, but there's a big psychological difference between not getting any and getting 1, right? Especially when you're in the role that Hero is, where he's often the first point of call. He's often that sort of pressure point, pressure player, the Valkyrie here, underneath, you know, trying to draw some attention, trying to be that connection between the players roaming on the top and the site itself.
Well, how quickly can they find this roam? Come the Candelas. It's Woogie with the diffuser again. That's the kill to come through as well. This might be an instant plant again, Emmy.
Well, they're going for some of the pressure, but Vamos at least stops it. There's the hold for just a split second. They're not entirely sure. They want to go for the kill on the smoke. There's more Candelas. They're waiting for the cover to come through. There is players above. One swinging on the closed door. All 4 health. Half a bullet is going to get that, but it's the swing round that Fenrir doesn't win it. There's 2, there's 3, there's what just happened? D plus Kia. I mean, okay. All right.
Don't question it, Emmy. It's, okay, well, I mean, Woogieman, he was ready to go for the plant, then missed the first couple of bullets of the smoke, putting him down to 4 HP. Gets surprised by someone just showing up in his face, somehow gets that kill, somehow gets the smoke, someone else finding the third person that goes to the swing, and hey, the round is over. They managed to win it. And now they're on a match point. Not just 1, but 3 of them, where they can lock it off. We go back towards the basement. This is a case of, I don't know how it worked, but it worked. You know? Because what Woogieman did there is just he flashed it. He just went inside, decided he wanted to go for the plant. Then he thought he heard something and his cover died. So he didn't stick it. He could have stuck it if he wanted to. Again, like, I don't think Orgus would have been, like, aware of the fact that he was planting up until he shot at the smoke from that pillar. That's the moment when they realized, oh, there is someone inside. Might have to send some people over.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are moving out.
6
to
to 3. Have we reached the end of Augus's game? Is the worry, is the wonder. 1 slip-up round, all right, it happens. A round like that after that round. And it might just be that sort of confidence shift, really, that plays itself into the favor. They've got to try and throw things out into the wind now and see if they can get anything to drift a little bit further, keep them in this engagement a little bit longer. Nobody is really getting away super cleanly apart from Woogieman in this game so far. He's sitting pretty comfortably on 11 to 3. He's the only real big difference maker in terms of getting engagements and not getting picked up pretty immediately, but that being on the side of D plus Kia just gives them the addition to the engagements. Ooh, they're going to go for
Attackers have located a bomb.
just a hole in the wall and a shoot through it instantly is the plan here.
Like MV Taylor just moving his mouse around like that and talking. Like I envision he's just like, you know how people talk with their hands? He's trying to do it but that with his gun.
Yeah. This is the plan. All right, so they're going to go for something. Okay, maybe they're not going to go for the kill there.
I think they want to bend the batteries.
Yeah, they want the bandit batteries. I think that's what they were discussing, is if you put a hole in it, you can sometimes just smoke it and then get the angle, but the wall being opened more important. And that nitro
Short.
will just, yeah, a bit short.
Okay, it's one opening done. They still have the opportunity to open up into the other wall as well. That links into tank, so that's Animus. Of course, opening that. It's a bit of a risk. It's an opportunity for a defender to run out if you don't watch it. So sometimes you don't even see teams do it. Assembly is just a direct entry into the site, so they can technically go for a plant from there on. What's that? Oh?
The death of Coated, but the pressure's in on the site itself. Vamos takes a lot of damage. MV Taylor's trying to find the fight as Boogeyman goes for the plant. Once again, he's holding on now. There is a player above them. How aware? No, they just rotate all the way on by a post-plant situation. The single breach. Another man trying to slip his way out. Gets one before he gets traded off. A bit of a mistake and a blow here, but with the pressure being pushed back and back and back, they swing their way out. And, I mean, at that point, I think D plus Kia just tried to force it one step too far. Got to wait for the fight. I bet this feels very long.
It is very long. What? They will have enough time, surely, but there we go.
There you
I was
go.
gonna say, like, if that would have lasted any longer, they might have actually ran out of time. We just had to send someone in to start.
Imagine if I saw a game end because of that, I would.
Like, what are you talking about? It's like 20 seconds of just sitting there. Like, if that would have popped like 6 seconds later, that would have been maybe not in time. Oh, Anne says she lost a round like that. She was the Goyo.
But you lost a round like that, and you were the Goyo?
It's
Were
her
you
fire.
alive or dead, Anne? Were you the... It was your fault. You lived.
Did you also detonate it, Anne?
Locate and
Oh,
defuse as many
Anne.
bombs as they can.
No. Okay, attacker's dead.
Attackers have located
We'll
a
talk
bomb.
about this on the desk, Anne. Remind me. We also need to talk about the fact that you are my player card and have been on this broadcast today. Because I made a joke about it, but we haven't actually mentioned it when it's on camera. And I'm sure there's people that see it and they're like, what is going on? You're my player card. So we should probably mention that as well, lest we have everybody confused.
10
That's
seconds
gonna be
remaining.
Newcastle. Player card.
I might just make a selection of player cards and send them to production before our next play day.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
6-4. And I mean, if I'm going to talk about how rounds went a little bit awry from August, that was D plus Kia. They had enough to have an opportunity, and it worked when they were on the top floor, but it's almost like a fool me once, fool me twice thing, right? Like, there's more that needs to be done. You've gone for the plant, you've gone for this quick play, and it's worked before you get more prepared to deal with it.
Time to ring some ears.
And that's the light for the bandit trick, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, just in time. Okay, okay. I thought it was going to be too late, but he managed to get it. That's very painful, especially when there's an opening right next to it. If a little bit of pressure was going to be out there, Uno was not going to be able to actually get that trick down. It's a bit of carelessness coming out there from D+. Assuming that they were able to just get it down and not have to worry about it. I don't know if that's just a lack of information that they managed to gather in the droning phase, or if that's anything else. How did Hero get down to 16 HP, by the way? I missed that totally.
I mean, to be fair, he popped off 3 kills in the previous round, right?
Yeah?
From all the talk of... not that that's related to the 16 health. I use that as a very weird segue there.
Yeah, I was
unrelated.
confused.
But that's all I'm focusing on right now. As far as numbers go of the player, being able to go that country mile further.
Get it again. Oh, opening's there. Never mind. At least IT has been opened up, so that's to be quite helpful. And that shield coming through, right through electrical out there. Cuba Barrier's gonna stop the first shot from coming in. Nitrocell will blow up his teammate though. Look at that, Munu almost down to low HP. Sajum as well, and well, they're just all falling apart, Emmy.
Coated comes around the back, gets 2 kills. The 2 players that swung onto the connector are both massively hurt now on the electrical door. There's full control of IT that's gone. Coated gets a kill on the back, and we are hurtling towards the end of the game at this pace. Woogieman is in. John wicks his way through one. MV Taylor gets the last. And that last round, a bit of a surprising pace, but almost the pace that we would have expected as the first, if that makes sense. This is kind of how we saw these 2 teams shaking up.
It was a very weird matchup that we've had just now. I would have imagined it would have gone a little bit other, like in a different direction. Quite a good fight that Organs has actually been able to put up, finding 4 rounds out there, just you know, ever so close to pushing it towards a 6th rounder for themselves, at least 0 points. But we're unable to do so, and that means we will be headed to a short break before we bring back Anne to talk about Goyo.
Welcome back to the Korea League desk. I'm Anne, also known as the Goyo expert, and I'm joined by Fluke and Hap to talk about the game that just happened on our screens here. We saw a very exciting game, of course.
Putting out my elite card. Sorry
take
to
points.
interrupt.
Yes, that was
Before I
that was
disappear.
something. Yes, yes. Would you want to explain your player card?
I got the elite and pack.
Wow.
Which not many people have. I think I'm the only person that has this, and it comes. This is the elite and player cards that you can unlock by watching every single career. You'll get this.
I know a couple of people would be very jealous that you're the
I was
only
gonna say, so
person
I can
with
get
the
this
elite
too.
hand.
You can get this too. Yeah.
That's
It's
so
weird that I was the
cool.
first to be given it and you weren't, but this is the way we go. Okay,
I
sorry.
have
to
different player
interrupt. Keep
background. I
going.
got my.
It's
got my-
all okay. Don't worry. It's all okay. Yeah, that's a very, very unique player card as well, I think. It's a very
That is very
historic
unique.
one.
Yeah. It's
What the bleep
first
is
Benelux
Benelux?
league we had. What the is Benelux? I just did
Yeah.
that.
I am disappointed. Very disappointed.
It's a quote from
It is a quote, yeah, from
Kix's
Yeah.
mom.
Kick's mom, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I have Kick's
Alright.
signature on the back here.
Oh,
on that
okay.
thing, yeah.
Ah,
Let's talk.
Yep.
D plus
Yes.
Kia.
yes.
I like
Let's
the
talk the game we
average
just saw, indeed.
performance.
I think if I may describe this game with one word, I think chaos is probably the right word to describe this game, having seen especially some of the rounds in the later half, how they went down. When there's just a C button testing shield player just going up and down whilst the plant's going down, players all colliding onto the site. Then again, a round where we shall not speak about what happened with the Goyo. The players had to wait before they were able to defuse. Just very chaotic and weird, maybe some rounds here and there as well. But some great player performances from either side. So it was good to see Vamos really step up today for the sides of Orgless and really being that, showing why he was the sole remainder, I guess, on this team here. And I think you can see on the side of D+, it feels like it was a bit more evened out. We really hyped Envy Taylor. He did a great performance yesterday, but it felt like everyone else was more so carrying the logs all towards together in this game.
Yeah, I think what we saw today was, I'll be honest, a little bit more of a lackluster performance from D plus Kia, from what we expect from them. That I just don't know if it's just the map isn't one that they're as comfortable on. Quite obviously they're not. If it's one that they sort of just have that they're trying to build a game on, so they're getting the test of it now because they expect to maybe get it in best of threes, get it in a longer series, and want to have it more locked down. Either way, it felt like there were teething issues in terms of their understanding of like the distance of things, but Orgless made good use of that. They played some of their attack rounds much better. They were more cohesive, more put together. Unfortunately for them, they just couldn't quite push it over the line on the rounds where it got a bit scrappy and a bit back and forth.
Yeah, and I think that really comes down to the fact that they just didn't use their time optimally. There was a lot of sitting still, a lot of waiting, not really doing anything. For example, like the puck started opening up vertically, there was no pressure horizontally. So why would the players, be caught up as soon as they start rotating? If you have both those aspects up, you might be able to find a kill or two. And at the end of that, it's going to be way easier to actually get the execute on the way as soon as you want to pressure that. And I mean, those are just some small mistakes, some small disconnects between the various aspects of the attack. But as soon as they start improving on that, they might just see the opportunity to get consistent points in.
100%. Someone who was definitely getting kills on the attack specifically as well, and someone who I probably don't want to play against when it comes to him being that fuse shield player is Woogie Man. A very good performance from him, specifically on towards an attack. I mentioned as a joke him testing out that C button, of course, going up and down, but also in the last round, just walking in, going for that pistol kill. It's confidence, and it shows why he's our MVP for today, Hab.
Yeah, it definitely showed up huge. He was basically involved in every single round, getting stuff done. And you see with the cost as well, 91% means that only in a single round he didn't have any impact. And I mean, we've shouted his name often enough, but it's still kind of weird seeing how he would be playing, especially in those attacks, like with that shield, being able to just sneak in and going for a plant and no one realizing. The same with the Ying, and then somehow getting 3 kills out of it because they all just walk in front of him as soon as he starts shooting. So yeah, he was in the right place at the right time most of the time.
A Woogie Man always seems like he's having a good time in these underdog games where they're sort of the big dog and they're happy to live up to that. And I think that's the thing about those positions and those plays. And you always wonder how much of the call is his, where he goes, I want to play the fuse shield and get in, which we've seen from KZ would make these plays of go, I want to play this operator and do this. And the rest of the team would go, okay, we can build around that. It almost feels like he's got a bit of that energy, a bit of that bravado in these games, but it works well for him. So why not feed the beast? Why not give them that ground to work on?
Yeah, I mean, we can only hope that it continues for them. And we've had 3 of our 4 games today. We've not quite got that overtime that we were looking for, or maybe the very, very close game. It's getting closer as we are getting there. And I think if there's any game that could be the closest today, or we could potentially see an overtime, that could be the Mir versus Blossom game, and we'll have it right after the break. It's already time for our last game of the day between Mir and Blossom. And like we said just before the break, if there's any game today that could get a very close game, it definitely has to be this one. Blossom coming out victorious yesterday, and Mir having a very difficult game against PSG Talon, but that's obviously not an easy opponent to start your stage out with. Talking about Mir a little bit more to start his game off, because there have been some player changes on this roster that are very exciting. Like we said yesterday, it seems like it is a trend to get some international influence into the roster to help support this region with some of the stronger regions that are coming from the other side. Now, we're obviously seeing these player changes that are coming in from different regions. We're seeing Blur, we're seeing Sloth from that European region, but something we only touched upon yesterday very briefly was that this team now also has some international influence when it comes to the coaching staff. Do you think that could help them towards building up a better stage here in Korea too?
It really depends, because if they are looking to bring like an international or a European kind of style, it always works out to, you know, do that on multiple levels. Like just bringing in a single player is not going to be doing that. So, you know, they brought two, and you know, bringing out an international coach as well. It's definitely going to be helping them to start shifting away that kind of culture from what was just a Korean culture before, and trying to make a bit more international, a bit more European, as Sloth has mentioned to me. So, like, that's their goal. It will take some time. It's not something you do overnight. But you know, that's the goal they have, and hopefully with that, they hope to become contenders for the top spot.
I think it's the thing as well of who they've been able to get. Because obviously, when you're looking at people like Fabian coming across, or you know, other big name Brazilians, it's slightly different tempo here because they brought in, I think it's Cooley, who was ex-M&M analyst. They were sort of on the side there, and I can't remember who. I'm trying to remember the name.
I'm not saying it wrong. Wafer.
Wifer, who has been around a huge amount of teams, but never the ones that are like knocking on the door. Like it's like Luminosity before they sort of came through, Space Station Academy. But then you go back a little bit and it's, Astralis when they were 4th back at one point, but then they were sort of, you know, assistant coaching. So it's their chance, I guess, to try and show what they can do as the ones that weren't always the superstar coaches, but could be that next wave of superstar coaches.
It's an exciting prospect for this team. I mean, like we said, their game yesterday against PSG Talon definitely isn't the easiest to warm up into, because when we were watching their games, I feel like that was oftentimes the right idea, but just maybe the wrong execution on their part, or timing seemed to be a bit of an issue sometimes on their attacks as well. So there's definitely room for improvement, maybe against a team like Blossom, who we saw be very successful yesterday against Orglis. Maybe still with a side note of having some synchronization issues on their attacks, but some really good adaptability. No breach, no problem. We're just gonna walk in, we're just gonna kill them all. And that led to them having a 4-2 split after on their attack. I think Doji, their newest addition to the team as well, really stepping up yesterday, being that MVP. But as we can see here as well, Emmy, there's been so many changes made to this roster.
A couple. Yeah, they've
a little.
I mean, it's as I said yesterday, I'm not the one that officiates this stuff. I don't read the rule book and say this is good, this is bad, this is what you can and can't do. Someone who is smarter than I and has done that. But this is 2 different teams, right? The Crown is the only Remainer, and now they're known as CRN. It's impossible to gauge this roster.
It is completely new, and that's what I also said. Like, you can basically just scratch all the notes that you had from the previous Blossom, because none of that is going to be carrying across. Like, it's just a completely new team. You know, you're making new strategies over the season anyway, so all of that is new as well. There might be some fundamentals that they're still working on. Maybe, you know, there's a schedule that they're sticking through in terms of scrimming and when to do vault review, but that doesn't really, like, you know, make or break that team. It is these players that are all coming in. And that's just the entire point that we can basically hammer home with Blossom. Like, let go of all your expectations that you had compared to last season. It's a completely new team. A bunch of, like, rookies in there as well that haven't played Korea Tier 1 before. So, honestly, there is no pressure on this team.
It's like a high risk, high reward kind of thing, where you're like, all right, you know, we're bringing in these newer people. We'll see what's going to happen. We have these like rough diamonds so you can fully brushing up towards how we want this team to form and how we want this team to shape. And I hope that's a really good thing to look forward to for Blossom here, coming into stage 2 as well. We surely have a head-to-head between the 2 teams and between the 2 players as well. We can look at to compare. We picked Doji and Sloth, 2 well-performing players from yesterday. Doji, like I said, especially standing out as an MVP, and Sloth was one of the players that you 2 specifically looked forward to when it comes to the entry part on the side of Mir Fluke. If I remember correctly, we were saying, oh, you know, if there's one player that we're going to keep our attention towards, that has to be Sloth.
Yeah, because Sloth is a troublemaker. And it always was. In his play style, he gets in, he gets, you know, all around the map. He's finding 2Ks and 3Ks. He's sometimes dying on the entrance, but it doesn't really matter because his whole purpose is to upset the pace of the game and is to try and set that in the favor of his team and be like, yeah, this has happened, but I'm the reason it happened, yada yada. And in a region that's sort of slower, hits the perfect playground for him.
I mean, you could see it at the operator card as well, seeing Amaru as his main played operator on attack.
Exactly.
I mean, that just shows that kind of chaos, that troublemaker that you were saying for Sloth as well. That was obviously on console, but we won't be seeing that today as Mir, as they played it themselves yesterday, banned it out immediately, and we will be heading out to Skyscraper instead. I also believe that is the first time we're seeing Skyscraper in stage 2 of Korea League here, so very exciting. I would assume Blossom have a bit of a head start considering they will be on that defense to start, but do you feel the same, Hap? Do you feel like there's an opportunity for Blossom on that defense?
Yeah, there definitely is, and that basically comes down to how you saw that the rounds against Talon were being won by Murray yesterday. It was basically them disrupting the attack by Sloth and Blur just being unpredictable, just popping up in random positions, finding a kill or two. From there on, the attack kind of crippled. You're not going to have that to start now, but it does mean that you need to put in these rounds. We need to see a 4-2 or a 5-1 split from Blossom if they want to cruise this into a comfortable victory.
I think what we sort of get here from the side, I mean, again, you can talk about the comparisons of these two rosters before, but it's pointless when the rosters are so different. However, I'm still just going to say when the Orgs met in stage 1, it was a flawless defensive half for the 5 rounds that they got on it for the side of Blossom. It wasn't on Skyscraper, it was on Club, but it still shows that it, you know, maybe Mur has troubles attacking that might show their head on a map that is quite awkward to attack.
I think maybe in a ways where we looked at their timing issues maybe a bit yesterday, it seemed like when they were attacking the basement of Consulate, it quite often seemed like they were running out of time, that there wasn't enough left to go for the real execute. Skyscraper, again, could be seen as maybe a bit of a bigger map. You really have to make sure you keep that advantage on the attackers as well. Hearing you two speak as well, maybe I'm regretting that I went for Mir in my predictions, because if Blossom get to start out on defense, they get to run away with that. They obviously had a, you know, maybe better time last stage as well, even though that has to be different here, considering there have been so many player switches. But there's definitely opportunities for both these two teams, I would imagine. I definitely assume. Are we still feeling Mir for the predictions? It can change after we've seen the veto. Do we feel like Mir still has the upper hand, or are we gonna doubt our predictions here?
See, I went for Mir because Sloth sent me an angry DM yesterday when I predicted him to lose, so decided to predict him to win today. See if that would change anything. But I don't know. This one was the hardest to call for me. I think the other games had a clear favorite. I think this one is, because of all the changes that happened, a lot of like unknowns that we'll see in the first couple of rounds how they play out.
I think Mir had much tougher opponents yesterday. I think PSG Talon, I don't think it's a surprise to say they are the toughest team to go up against in this league. And they had some good moments. You know, there can be some upset, and one of my favorite moments ever in any of the Siege that I've watched and casted as being like a big turnaround moment was actually Blur on Skyscraper at the SI finals that they won, where they were holding it down and Drum as the Frost and got like a 2k or a 3k across the board that flipped the momentum of that game from a single play for my money. So it's a map that those new players, I say new, they new to the region know very, very well. So I'm still confidently with
Yeah, well, I see what you mean, though. Like, new in a way on this team, but of course not new in a way where they're super experienced. You know, you mentioned a World Championship they were playing. Well, surprised they won that World Championship as well, or that competition at SI. This is definitely some really good experience to have on your team. One thing, or one point I still want to make about Blossom, and I have made it yesterday too, is this is essentially a 6-man roster, so we could be seeing some players be switching in and out of the roster to see what works best, what doesn't work. But the main worry I have is some scenario that you two put apart for the beginning of this day as well, is all of our games have a winner from yesterday and a loser from yesterday. That means we could either have a very mixed scoreboard after today, or a very spread far apart scoreboard. And it really is looking like we're going towards that today. All of the winners from yesterday have once again won their matchup for today too. So does that mean we're gonna have a scenario where we're gonna have 4 teams on 6 points today and 4 teams on 0 points? That could be happening, but we're looking up Mir to make sure that we have that difference here, that it is a team, that there are multiple teams on 3 points after today. The predictions are leading their way. Can they do it? We'll see on Skyscraper.
much more balanced here on Skyscraper, 70 to 30, but this is the game where we might not have half of our board on 6 points and the other half on 0. We might start to get some of those teams fighting for the middle of the table. Mer have the possibility to do it. We all believe in them. Do they believe in themselves, Hap?
It's going very deep if that's the case. I don't know. I assume
Where's
they do.
your self-belief?
I hope they do. Otherwise, you're already lost if you don't believe you can win the game.
That's true.
Something I used to say back when I was playing in 2018, you know, if we don't believe we can win, we've already lost. And it's still true to the day of today. So, also, I never won. But I still believe I could.
Wait, you never won ever?
Well, I won games, just not tournaments. I'm like the forever second in Benelux, which shame. But a team, you know, I've won from Deepak when he was still playing. It was his first ever team he was in. Not that that's stuff like that, you know.
So you're... Wait, hang on. Let me just put this into some words. You're saying you're the reason for Deepak's success?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, I think that's what you've just said. I think put it on the Reddit.
Okay, I will. I've also teamed with Sleben, and I'm just gonna throw him under the bus now. We qualified for LAN, but he wasn't allowed to come to the Benelux. And then a month later, he left for the NAL to NA. It was like, come on, dude.
Right.
Just didn't want to play with us anymore. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, if I had the choice, was it the Sonics at the time they went toward?
Oh, see?
Could be. If I had the choice of playing with you, Hap, or playing with the Susquehanna Sonics.
Oh, we could have won, and then
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
go to NA. Would have been fine. Potentially, I would have had a Benelux title at that point. Who knows?
Maybe.
Who knows? Maybe
What they
my
might
entire
have
career
today-
would have been different at that point. Maybe we would have won SIs. Who knows? You never know.
You could have won SI. What we have today is a skyscraper without Monty or Blitz. The first time we've had the double shield ban so far in Korea. Yeah, it's not the most uncommon, and this is quite a good map for shields because of its boxy design, because of how many corners you can sort of shimmy and shake your way around. Here, the top of Black Stairs, you're looking at the deployment of the Ossa to get some of that statement done. It's a pretty standard setup and execute here. The smokes pop quite early, just to buy themselves a pocket of time, because if they're sat in those staircases for much longer, they're going to find themselves surrounded. Hits immediately on towards one of the fire canisters. The Capitao is in a fight against the smoke, but with pressure about to come up from the back of them, when does it operate? It's a Deimos with a shotgun that doesn't want to get called out. They get out of there. Huge deployment of utility for a fight that has not happened, but they're still putting pressure here on towards the top of the staircase.
Good read there from Crown to leave at the moment he did, because if he would have stayed, that would have been the end of it. It would have been no way that he was able to get out of that alive without taking the challenges. And this means the entire backside now under control of Mur. They now need to try and get those shields in place, so they actually have the opportunity to get across. You see Guard just crab walking his way over towards the side. Manages to get in. He's probably going to be putting down that shield any second now. They have vertical control, so there's not going to be a C4 coming in from right below to try and stop this plant from happening. So Guard, all he needs now is just his teammates to stop that. You know, that one person that's inside a T is putting damage towards him, because then the plant can be on.
They can just get themselves to step in and get the deploy. The Ossa, the moment they're going for this is when they're at their weakest with the elbows up. But now they're in, now they're locked, and now they're going for the plant. They have the security of the ground underneath. They've got to try and swing out and see if they can put some pressure in. Too little, too late, too much of the plant put down. Sloth has the cover. Backek gets one of his own. And now with only Luca left, it's a flawless opening there.
Yeah, and it's a really good round for them to start off with, because, I mean, we talked about what we need to see from Blossom on the defense. We're instantly starting off strong like this with a flawless round and basically showing exactly what it comes down to. You don't take more control than you need. It might be a bit scrappy getting over there as you know, get small amounts of HP taken away as the Ossa, but the plant goes down and the objective is completed and the round is won. So very happy with that round for them. They're probably going to try and repeat that in different areas of the map as well as we now go towards Exhibition. I wouldn't be surprised if, again, they just take the bare minimum and try and get a plant out of it.
It was fantastically aggressive. for the start here from Mer. They sort of hit the ground sprinting. They never really let up. They knew that the smoke was in that position. They knew they wanted to force them out. And what you've sometimes seen is teams will start the pressure, hit the brick wall, slow down, give them a second to breathe. But every single time, Mer Gaming can try and put their head around the door, try and put themselves into an engagement. They tried to take it. They weren't going to back down. They were going to make sure that the territory was theirs come hell or high water. And then from then on, just kept going, just kept moving. And that momentum really has led them well in here. If they can keep that pace up, Blossom might find themselves, unfortunately, still stuck at the start line as the starting pistol's already popped and Mer Gaming is halfway to the finish.
Quick opener here to get some information around on the opposite side of that top floor. Having the drones inside, so knowing the T is seemingly clear, but I believe there is still a player around. Just outside of the scope of that drone. They're still sneaking around a little bit. Oh, there you go. A little bit of feet spotted out there. Maybe the Fenrir that's on the hunt now. And the question is Blur going after him? Definitely will be looking to go for the entry here as Baguette gets the first kill onto Late Party. Again, the opening happening for Mur. That's 3 kills already for Baguette.
Well, the break comes over towards the top of VIP. They're going to try and lean out Crown. He wants to get a bit lucky here. Punish some of the excited gunplay. And, well, unfortunately for them, they seemed aware of it on the rappel. Dipped their way back round and went for the stretch. Demos has the track. They got the track on each other. And Zerom has a shotgun. He wants to take this fight close up. There's some support coming around to the top of the main stairs. The pressure's getting in. There's a Deimos. Blur, just again, the step for step for step for step is unflappable. From the side of Mer Gaming, they seem so determined to get in and get violent, and you have to have that pace. Crown suffers, doesn't quite go down, but he's only on 35 health, and, you know, you're still looking at them trying to make attention. Where will they go to next?
I'm just wondering, where was this Mur yesterday? Because yesterday, PSG Talon kind of ran around them in most of the rounds. And now they're just very dominantly leading these rounds, these entries, just into whatever is necessary. Still 50 seconds left. A 3v5 situation. There's not much space for the defenders to play around freely. You can see it in the way that Doji is looking around. He doesn't know what's safe. He doesn't know where they're coming from. And as the next death mark comes out, it's actually covered by a mute jammer, but as he steps out, he gets seen. Sloth gets a kill, he gets 2, and suddenly it's only up to Crown. Well, not even that. Sloth with a 3k to end it out, and they just explode all over instantly.
2 rounds. And for what can be a slow map, maybe it's because we've come off the back of what was a slow game. This has felt like lightning happened.
This is very quick so far. That is definitely true. Mur decided to bring the pace. Again, they're taking what they need, not much more than that. You can already see it with the VIP wall, the the opening kill of Baguette. That started because he wanted to open up right underneath that wall to stop the bandit from potentially tricking. Managed to open it up instantly. Kill out there as well. Wall gets opened. Up to the next task. They're not sticking around longer than they have to. They're doing just what is necessary. And again, nothing more than that. And that's efficient siege. That's what we like to see. There's nothing so frustrating to see 3 EMPs used on a wall that doesn't have a bandit on it, for example. You know what I mean? Like, if siege is efficient, it's at its best.
Efficient is definitely a way of putting it. It's been just locked in. As I said, it seems like there's no way that they want this game to not be at their pace. And I know I said it about that's a big aspect of Sloth's game, is that he is a great pace setter. He's a great, problem child. But the whole team is moving with him. The whole team is moving behind him. Yeah, he's sitting there on 5 kills, but when you've got Baguette on 3 and only 1 death across the whole team over the opening 2 rounds, it just shows how terrifyingly dominant they've been.
Also, Blur very deadly with that pistol. It was just a one-tap, so confident out there. Zende gets the very first onto Crown. He was the last man standing on the last round. first one to go down now. Track coming through onto the Fenrir. Instantly, you see the chase happening. And look at the freedom that they're moving around with. They're just not afraid of any roamers out here, Emmy, because they're just running around like with their gun down over the bottom floor. They know no one's there to challenge them. They know that they're just all holding tight on the top floor, you know, near their stronghold positions. There's no need for them to worry about that ground floor. Oh, there you go. Full bang.
Purely filth. Beautifully played, beautifully demonstrated and executed. And here, they're still keeping this motion alive. They're still keeping themselves a bit agile, a bit sort of aggy. Pressure and control is falling into their favor. The mute and the Fenrir gone. There's... Oh, the cat's on a bulletproof. Where are they going to drive in next? You're just sort of seeing the positions that they're being forced in and out of, but it seems like they want to try and find their fights on gunfire. They've still got some control of Dragon. And otherwise, just a spread. Single players, not in easy positions to support each other if the pressure comes in.
Well, they party again right behind that bar. It's a pretty strong position. It's hard to clear usually. Boring below it is also Soft. A little bit of damage done towards Luca. And picked up as soon as he moves. And suddenly it's all up to Zerm again. It's a 1v5. This is just a complete massacre that Blossom is facing.
Pull the timeout. Hit the bell.
Yeah, hit the bell. And you know what the one changes they need to make? They need to put a roamer down on the ground floor. Because then suddenly, and make sure he's not spotted by a drone. Because then suddenly Blur doesn't run around that freely. He cannot get those death marks out. He cannot just floorbang people freely, opening up the entire area for the rest of his team. And of course there's more than that, but just that single change would already like put so much more of a challenge onto Blur, who's now just freely floorbanging people with that powerful revolver without anyone putting in a challenge. Need to find an answer for that, and that's just not been shown yet.
It's kind of hard to talk about beyond that, right? Just because it's been so dominant. It's been so well put together. It's been just a bit terrifying, really. It's like a full confidence. And it's not a confidence you would have always associated with this roster, with Mer. Obviously, they didn't have a great league time, but then they had a bit of a run during the playoff side. Against Blossom, which is an entirely new roster. And to be fair, Blossom, they won yesterday. But it was on Clubhouse. It was against the other team that was pretty much an entirely new team. If this is a trial by fire, Mer is the new dragon that's burning them up.
The new logo. That's it. The key
Spit
to
and
success.
flames.
Well, instead of putting a roamer downstairs, they decided to all go downstairs. Bring it over towards barbecue. Third side to be played. A little bit of extension over towards the top as well. Maybe that verticality does them well. But if it's not done properly, if it's just two people and there's no support from anybody downstairs, I mean, they have a pulse, so you would hope that there is support. But if there's not, I'm afraid that Mer's just going to run over them on the top floor first and then have an easier time on the actual site itself.
All right, what do you talk about? Because now it's just the game that's ahead of you. Mer, with 3 of their attacks on Skyscraper, have already done what is more than enough for a lot of teams on their attacks on Skyscraper, but I'm sure they're not going to slow down as of yet. There's some exploration to be done, but Blur is already trying to get his way around the sneaky fight on the back. That should get the pop on the castle. There it is.
Just keeps on rolling. A lot of noise.
They get the shield as well? No.
I don't think it does, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does. I've just never seen it used on a shield.
And Mer, they haven't been able to get a kill yet, which is actually slower than the usual pace. They've been able to get this nailed in. The pressure comes towards the top of the stairs. They've got to try and wrest this vertical control. There's a couple of players up here. Nobody's on the direct swing, and it's actually Ende suffers the first engagement with Late and Doji getting one apiece. There's at least Sloth waiting and baiting for the final kill. Baguette gets it into a 3 versus 3 almost. The catch on the loose player, but with 2 of them above, it's now just the direct fight for the vertical. Will it turn in to a 3 versus 3 fight here? Will they try and get a rotate out? Who will cross in the way? A minute 10 is a lot of time for the attackers to restructure, and the Glaz wins out that engagement. Cannot get the secure, so now it's suddenly a 3 versus 1. They've got to try and get aggressive here, move towards the pickup on the player. At the same time, the kid is being rotated in. They might try and just get a sneaky plant and hope. Flores is going to give them that step in towards the site. As long as the Glass holds their position, they cannot stop this kit being confirmed. Baguette's watching above. There's Sloth with the cover. Missed their moment, and they had the first bit of advantage, but Mer Gaming has stolen it back.
It's incredible how they managed to bounce back from this, because it was a 2-minute advantage for the side of Blossom. Sloth and, the rest of Mer just completely turning that around. What was that? Like 3 or 4 kills for Sloth in that round? Just by playing that Glass? That's putting Blossom 4-0 up. And I said it before, like, we would expect like a 4-round defense from Blossom if they want to have a comfortable win here. 2 rounds is the best they can do at this point. Everything else is just dissipated in front of them. And there's still 2 more rounds that have to be played before that side swap happens. So worst case scenario, it is a 6-0. And then we could be talking about the first 7-0 of the league. I don't think anybody would have guessed that this would be the game where it could be a potential.
Gaming. 4 in a row. Accidentally uncough buttoned myself there. As I coughed, I double tapped it. Whoops. Sometimes we all make mistakes, people at home. And sometimes we let a Glaz walk in towards the top of Black Stairs and get 3 to 4 kills. Sloth. You know when we said we were excited to see how he goes? You know when I said he was excited to get in and put his pace down? 10 to 0.
He just decided that it was time to become a farmer, and he's gonna just get as many kills as he can, honestly. And again, I said it, like, he's always been like a good player. But sometimes he was a bit hit or miss inside of Europe, but like the pace that he's bringing right now is just unstoppable for Blossom, it seems. Muted claymores. That's be taken out first before they become active.
The classic.
Classic camera inside, okay.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
So know exactly where Luca is. Now, maybe not anymore as he rotates all the way back towards the side. That's very dangerous to stay alive around there that long. With the grenade popping off. First smoke canister again used as well quite early on. Basically similar to that first round. But also very much aware of the fact that maybe, the back stairs are going to receive a bit of a push soon as well, because that was a key success last time around.
There's another pistol pop, and Blur's kind of filthy with that gun. To be fair, all 3 of his kills that game have come with that gun. But also, pretty nice to see. Pretty violent. There does finally get a kill on towards Sloth. 10 to 1. But hey, 1 death every 10 kills. I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
Just
frustrated. Yeah, just frustrated he hasn't got any this round yet.
Gonna get a 0 on the cost ticker for this one, sadly. And they finding Crown. It's gonna be good kills, opening up the opportunity as well around the actual site itself. Luca receiving a pre-fire right through the head, and T now under control of guard. Where is that diffuser? Oh, Blur is the one that's carrying it, but he doesn't quite know where that last defender up on the top floor is. It's Zero. So all he has to do is just wait. In the middle of the room, just jumps into T, gets the first kill onto guard, but he's half HP now. They know where he is. You know he's on that door, and there comes the track. There's no more hiding now for him. He needs to go aggressive at some point, because right now Blur has the opportunity to take the challenge to him. 2 grenades being tossed towards him, forces him aggressive, and Baguette will get that final kill.
5 rounds on the run, on their attack, on Skyscraper. There was a game at the beginning of the day where we said, this is a bit quick, PSG Talon. Maybe they're just trying to make up for lost time. Mer Gaming are trying to, equal and race that. It's just been terrific pace on a map that usually doesn't allow it.
You know what the scheduled start time was for this game?
What?
8 minutes ago.
Ah, right.
You know, this might be one of those games where you have to put the timer right next to it, see how long it took, and ask if that is going to be the new time to beat for the league and the stage. Because it's definitely been going quick so far, and that helps. Like, you know, Mer obviously being the better team currently, as so far we are in the game. And if they're then on attack as well, they get to set the pace. And that's exactly what they've been doing. Only 6 deaths over those 5 rounds is what they've suffered so far. Of which 3 of them were in the last round. So Mer definitely in a very, very comfortable position out here, as they are looking to secure themselves a flawless half.
I mean, at this point, what do you do? The timeout's been called. You're on Skyscraper, you're on defense, and the conversation that we had a bit before was maybe the defense will work well for Blossom. They were, last time, technically, entirely different roster, but technically, Blossom the Org, when they went against Mer, flawless on their defense. 5 rounds. That has been matched this time by Mer, that felt slighted. Pistols on the hunt for a player, dropped round. But hasn't been led entirely in. No, it's Crown, 4 stuff.
See them coming around. Zerma's trying to provide some support. Drone could have given it away, but it's the ERC-7 that's active, so they have no certain ID that he's out there. Nades are being tossed in. Someone passes by. Good trigger discipline. He wasn't sure if he was going to hit the shot, so he didn't take it, but Gat will take the first kill, though. Onto Doji. That's the Fenrir gone. Vigil being tracked now, so they're going to be aware of the fact that he's around there, that he was actually coming for a flank.
Well, now it's suddenly turning into a much better situation. Sloth went down, but is back up, but not for very long. Blur. All that's left to secure a chance at a flawless. Obviously, their gadget will give the game away of where they are. Probably not best used right now. He's trying to be a bit thoughtful on a player through the floor. If he can get a bit lucky here, Bandit instantly moves out, not sitting around. You can see the other players on the team are trying to respond towards this intel. They get on hard floor. At this point, there's nothing that the Deimos can really do other than try and guess where the next engagement is going to come from. 50 seconds is time to work with, but when they know exactly where you are as much as you know about them, it makes it very tricky to lean in.
I mean, honestly, this should be a Blossom round. There should be no way that they're still throwing this one away, even if there's death marks on the side of Blur. There you go. Round finishes that off. At least 1 round for the tally of Blossom. Something to work with. It's a bit of a buffer zone. That means that even if they fail on the first attack now, well, they still have an opportunity to make up for it afterwards. So it's not ideal, but it's something at least. I kind of missed the entire execute as well, because we were so focused on Blur with the vision that everybody walked into the side at that point and just all got shut down.
I mean, it had to stop at some point, right? They still have done magnificently with their idea of just pummeling their way into the building.
It worked for 5 rounds. It's okay if it doesn't work for 1.
Yeah, you could get a decent enough swing with it, right?
The side swap is worrying, though, now. Unless this is turning out to become a very attacking-heavy game, which, of course, could still be the case. It is still Mer that only needs to find 2 rounds on any of the sites in the next 6 rounds to secure that victory, to secure those 3 points.
10 seconds to go.
If anything, a point is very much likely for Mer, and 3 is equally as likely.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
I mean, you know, it's just hard to have confidence in this going on much longer than 2 more rounds. really. Mer have themselves set up here. They just need one to secure the point. They're on defense on Skyscraper, and all of the pace of this game has been driven by Mer. Now, there was obviously one round where Blossom were able to sort of get it, and it didn't quite go their way. It could have been a 4-2, but it isn't, and that's the point. Sloth's gone 2 rounds in a row. He's now on the defense with a Boss G, just going to be roaming around. Again, causing problems. He'll be finding himself consistently moving, never letting go of the W key, and just fishing for problems. And that's something where they've got the Deimos, they've got the chance of trying to hunt it down. They've kept themselves so centered together here. All 5 players working together on this push. The Deimos is a little bit underneath. They're making sure that there's at least the chance of a trade.
Well, the utility already used as well to get control of Exhibition. Zero now enters below as the Deimos. Wondering if he's actually aware of the fact that Sloth is very close. As soon as he pushes up that staircase, he's gonna find himself into a gunfight, and that camera being taken out, that's definitely gonna be a call that Sloth is able to hear. Of course, the ERC-7 also protects him from being death-marked. There's something to keep in mind.
Five to 1 is still that loom that hangs over every single round Blossom play at this point. If they can try and keep themselves off of map point, get themselves more of a chance. You can technically still keep playing, but not if that is the lead. And as I said, right underneath, Sloth causing problems, looking for the engagement. They lose Ace.
And the diffuser.
And the diffuser.
And now the big call has to be made. Like, are you going to chase him? Because you don't have that much time left.
Watching kitchen window, unless he... Assuming that's where he was last. I don't think he ran out the door, but now he's being tracked by Deimos, but 40 seconds. They're doing a crouched track and chase underneath. The kit is outside, as you said. You know, think about where the site is. Think about what the players are doing right now. I don't know if anyone has gone for the kit, but Sloth has got one of them anyway.
Yeah. Another one falls. This time is Doji Dota gets the kill into Ende. Blur going down. Sloth as well. They're rotating around towards the back stairs. Kit still not recovered by the side of Blossom, so this turns out to become a bit of a kill game, which means we really need to get a move on. There's 10 seconds left. The Bees are giving away a little bit of a position out there. One kill goes their way. And the time slowly ticking down. Sloth with yet another kill. It's only up to Doji. He takes him out as well. There's 4 kills with the Boss G that he just finds.
A 4K with a Boss G. That, oh my,
it's just frustrating to see like that it works. Like, no, I would never be allowed to do this. Oh, it's a technical pause, I believe. A UI bug.
Uh-huh. I mean, 4K with a Boss G. I think he's 14-2 now.
I'm looking at the live stat updating, and it's 13-2 now. It's written in as a 3K, but the round isn't over yet. So, yeah, might indeed be the 4K. I thought it was a 4K, but
I think it's a 4K.
He actually used this ERC-7 right before the death mark became active, which means he wasn't tracked, and the death mark got returned to Deimos. So you could just deactivate it again afterwards.
That's what I meant by they're crouch hunting for him, because they know that they can't be that secure. They have to play by audio. They have to try and, play it like it's an entirely blind 1 versus 1. You cannot trust what you can see and can't see. And with 40 seconds left and no kit, it's tough, because this is such a horribly big map. It's so boxy. There's so much to it.
It's also the worst position to lose the kit, by the way, like all the way down. Like, it takes you 10 seconds to get back down. It's painful. And I talked about they managed to get 1 round at least, so they do have the buffer. That buffer is gone now. There's 5 map and match points for Mer. As we're waiting for the rehost to take place. But I don't see this go any other way than a 7-1, maybe a 7-2. This one should be over quite quickly.
it's prolonging the inevitable now, right? You don't want to be a naysayer, but it is just, this is one of those brush it off kind of days because they've been all over it. And you have one of the toughest uphills getting into your attack on Skyscraper when the momentum is entirely against you and you've used your timeout 4 rounds ago and a player has gone 14-2. You just get to listen to this chill music a bit longer. What do you think Anne thinks about the boss G?
Hi.
Anne is a big fan of a boss G.
I am. We've called you in to talk about the boss G.
Yeah. No, well, I had a discussion with some people about it last week as well. I mean, we were just talking about it in chat with each other as well. It's like a steady increase of boss G players we've seen, not just in Korea, but also in EU. With, I think, the weapon doing like 125 damage per shot. It's insane.
Yeah, I believe that it one-shots like the 1 health and 2 health operators, right? Because there's a bit of damage drop-off, which means that you won't get the 3 health operators most of the time. It's like, even if you miss, you still, like, do the damage. Like, even if you don't hit the head, it is still probably going to be a one-shot down. Which is just insane.
It's crazy. It's fun to see as well. I mean, the way we're seeing Sloth use it last round was absolutely crazy, just running around. And then the fuser was just left in spawn, and I believe I saw someone ran almost past by it and they didn't pick it up.
Well, now we have one more round, Anne. How do you think it's going to go?
I think, like you two said, it's just extending the inevitable. I think Blossom are gonna have a really difficult time to claw this back. But hey, at least in the good perspective, it might mean that we have not all teams on 6 or 0 points. There's gonna be teams on 3 points after this as well.
I think that's the main thing that I'm kind of excited about. Is you want a competitive league. You hit your head on the wall begging for competition. And if your teams from the local region aren't like tested, they won't get better. That's just fact.
Yeah, you need to have trial and error to become better. If I mean, there's also saying like you learn more from losing than you do from winning. And you know, if you just win everything for the likes of PSG Talon, for example, you're not going to be learning that much. Like you need to have these like strong opponents where you lose rounds against it based purely on strategy, not so much on like just individual gun skill or hero plays. Because otherwise you're not going to be learning and you're not going to be developing. And then you go to the international stage and suddenly you're getting yourself thrown around.
Well, I'm sure we'll be back with Anne sooner rather than later because they're already trying to find the kills outside the map itself. Again, it's the one going for the peak. Cannot get it though. There's some revenge in the form of a boss G. Zerom. First that suffered. Blur goes down now. G is to follow through. Had a moment to breathe, a moment to reset their own momentum, and it's turned into 2 successful kills at the beginning, but as long as Sloth's on the board, you know the round is far from over. They're getting the drones out, getting the search and the chase in. Calls come through rather than the Deimos. They're going to see if they can try and hunt them a little bit more the old-fashioned way, which is try and make them make as much noise as possible, but Oryx is an old-fashioned response to that of getting in and about the map.
All you need to do is open up some of those hatches, and having a bailiff is going to make that quite easy. You don't even have to prep it. So it might even see Sloth go all the way downstairs, then rotate all the way around and get himself back in after this initial fight. He wants to pick up 1 kill. I'm pretty sure that's what he wants to go for. The stun comes through. That's going to be enough for him to fall back towards the next route. This is also just very annoying to clear. The person right behind the dragon statue, it's such a tight angle you often have to shoot them through.
Seeing if they can try and get a sharp point of an angle here. The next kill could be entirely round defining. A 5-3 is a much worse statistic than one with only a single body between the pair of you, but the boss G creeping its way around on the back end. You've got to make sure that your engagement is clear and precise because they do not need that precision as gifted to them. Sloth on a bit of an adventure. But be cautious. He doesn't get caught out and closed down on. They know fully well that he's here, and he wants to just keep stepping in. In the meantime, Guard gets one. So if Sloth now loses out, he might hand them an advantage. He was trying to build and buy one. Will he go for the escape? He has. Instead of sticking around, now he's realized with this pressure, with this momentum, if he can get back onto the site, he's giving the team a bit more of a backline. 10 seconds or so left at this point. They're getting themselves rotated around to be stacked up on the door. And there's Guard with one more. Guard with one more. He's swinging around for the last, and they just locked it down. Mer Gaming, what a performance from them today.
Guard decided that he was guarding that one door. there was no way that people were coming in from there. And honestly, that's a 4-2. They managed to, 4v2 or 4v3 that they managed to clutch out. So well done there by the side of Mer, being able to bring that back. Sloth ending on 15 kills and 2 deaths. That is an insane statistic to go up against.
It's everything that you need from the player, really. It's the sort of games that he used to be able to put down in EU when he was on those sort of rosters in the Kawana days, and being able to bring that energy in towards this has just been fantastic. And you know, I don't know if we're going straight in towards talking with Anne again, or if we're going to keep on rolling in. Anne, please come on back.
Yes, I will. I'm very happy to come back. I mean, I said I was going to mute myself, and I said, you know, it might not be for too long, and I was right, because it only lasted one more round. Extending the inevitable, as we said, with a 7-1 for Amir here. Very impressive from them, especially having started out on the attack. And I remember us talking about, you know, the opportunity for Blossom. They started out on the defense, and then we saw what happened. A speed run coming in from Mir. What did she say? Like 6 deaths in 5 rounds on the side of Mir. Sloth going 10-0. Absolutely crazy. But that's what we love to see here in Korea League as well. Very impressive, and you have to be really happy for Mir. They were able to show what they've been working on so hard in that summer break with getting these international players in and getting that international experience from their coaching staff as well.
Of course, they want to be competing for that first place, and whilst that might be still a little bit out for this, you know, first stage that they're working with this new roster, top half of the table is definitely something that they would be aiming for at this point. And you know, you'll be looking at your Talons, your D+, but also Fear X is like the top 3, and then you're thinking about who would be 4th, and that is still out in the open. It's still a question that we wait to be and see answered. So they might be trying to throw their hats in the ring for it, see like, hey, we could be considered for that top 4 spot.
It's kind of what you want, right? Is the ability to have another team putting the pressure on. Once upon a time, it was PSG Talon that was able to do that entire growth from the introduction of outside assets from the coaching staff. Here, it's more inside the roster, but it's also that conversation of how they can develop the region and what they can bring to Korean Siege. Let's see.
And if what you're saying happened, what you spoke to Sloth about, is that they're willing to bring this kind of European style into Korea, I mean, it's showing here, it's working off very well. And you mentioned the top 4 spots as well. It could potentially be a contender for that top 4 position somewhere, especially with Weble not really showing what they have been showing us in the past stage so far. The number 3 and number 4 from last stage's group stage were the ones that eventually made it to the major. So even after the group stage is done, and you're in that 3rd or 4th or maybe even 5th or 6th position, there is still so much for you to potentially gain from that and still book your ticket towards that major. Now, I don't think it's a big surprise that we're seeing here the stats all lean towards the favor of Mir. It was a slaughter fest, seeing as they beat Blossom 7-1, very successful on the entries as well. And like you two were saying as well, from the point where it got to the 6-1, that was so difficult for Blossom to have to try and convert it from there on, because you can't make a singular mistake anymore.
Oh yeah, you are the tightrope walker at that point, and that's why I sort of said, you know, when they're 5-1 down, you might have the chance of being able to put a bit of a step in. You see how far you can push that. You assume they'll get a 6th soon, and the fact they couldn't push that anywhere, it just compounds that pressure. And I mean, Sloth, filthy game today, 15-2. Those 2 death rounds were in a row as well, so it's just
okay, well, it was a great performance from him, but I will say I was really excited to see the EPS for this player specifically, because we've only had a few players in Siege breach above that 200. He just not managed to do that, just below it, but still 190 hap is extremely impressive.
It's the cost. It's those 2 death rounds where he wasn't like immediately traded out. If he would have had that, like, one more round, I think he would have been able to be breaching that 200. So
I mean,
you know.
he had as many kills as the entire opposing team.
Yeah. I mean, that's incredible in and of itself, of course. But you know, just explaining why he didn't reach the 200. It's an incredible game for him, and as I said, like, he's just farming that game, stat padding. Doesn't need to do anything anymore for the rest of the season, and it'll probably be positive.
Yeah, but like the way how you mentioned he's got as many kills as the entire enemy team combined, that is one way that a lot of ranked players love to flex with. But we're definitely seeing it here as well. Just a confidence and bringing that kind of European playstyle, European experience into Korea as well. So very excited to see that coming in from Mir here today. That does conclude our very final game of today. We've had our 4 games. Unfortunately, still no overtime. It seems that we've had some pretty fast games still. I believe we're even finishing before schedule, no?
Yes, the game was supposed to start 20 minutes ago, so we've
flown through.
We've flown through it.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing it here with the scores as well, right? 7-1 to start the day off for PSG Talon. Not really surprising, but still, I would have hoped that people were able to toss up just a little bit more of a fight there. We then continue with the Fear X taking down BNA. Once again, no real big surprises there. D+ was able to take down Orgless. However, Orgless definitely improved from their game they played yesterday, winning out some more rounds here. And then the speedrun coming in from Mir to take down Blossom in that 7-1 fashion. That is what went down today. I believe we have our standings hopefully around as well, so we can have a look at what's been happening. First off, we do have the schedule, which is unfortunately not tomorrow. I would have loved to continue with just 3 days of Korea League in a row, but that will be next week. We'll be back here on Thursday. The games I'll be heading for Thursday are Fear X taking on Orgless. We then have D+ taking on Mir. That should be a really good game, given what we've seen today from both these 2 teams. Blossom have a chance to redeem themselves against a difficult opponent, being PSG Talon. And our final game of the day on Thursday will be Weble taking on BNA. Which of these games are we looking forward to, Fluke?
Ooh, it's tough because we still aren't getting the full taste of sort of top dogs versus each other yet. But I mean, game 2 should be some interesting matchups there. If Mer can keep this sort of pace and aggression, I think D+ might find themselves under a bit of stress and pressure.
I agree. The second game should be the most interesting one because, you know, Mer is looking to be, you know, knocking on the door of the top 4. And then how they do against those top 3 teams is obviously a good indicator of how they do. They've already had Talon. D+ is, you know, one of the next on the list. So it's good to see them play against them.
We briefly talked about our standings and how there was a possibility for 4 teams to be on 6 points today and 4 teams to be on 0 points, but we've all got to say thank you to Mir for making sure that was not happening today. We now have 3 teams on 6 points, collecting 2 victories in this week. A great start for PSG Talon, Fear X, and D+ Kia, and then 1 victory each for Mir and Blossom and Orgless, and before and after, and we will have a lot to do for the upcoming weeks. They will have to continue improving, continue getting better, and making sure they can take down these opponents. Of course, some of these have had really difficult games to start out with, but what are our main takeaways from this? Do you see any big surprises? Anything that you're surprised by here?
Not surprised, but the main takeaway is that either Weble or BNA is going to take a victory next week, so...
Yay!
Either one of them has to take a win. No draws.
Yeah, I think, you know, we're still looking at some of that shake-up in the middle of the board. We're still looking at some surprises that we want to happen. As I said it before, the worrying statistic is the teams that lost the opening 2 playdays were the teams that were at the bottom of the board towards the beginning, sure. The 2 specific teams that lost the opening 3 playdays were the 2 that did not make it to playoffs. So if there are 2 losses from those bottom 3 on the board, I mean, it's like a 95% chance 2 of them will not be in playoffs. And that's such a worry for them to battle already this early for their, like, safety.
That's very early worrying for those teams. Very unfortunate. Speaking of predictions, I think we can all give ourselves a pat on the shoulder, because I believe we have all got our predictions right today. Impressive. I think we did very well. on that. Production, unfortunately, with the Blossom pick at the end there, not really coming out victorious here. But were you surprised, Emmy? Did you expect anything different?
Nope.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Hap technically did my predictions anyway, but I would have done the same thing. I think this is just, if all the teams show up to their level, this is what the result would be. We didn't technically have that, but what we didn't have was one team not showing up and one team showing up. Generally, if it was either on pace or both teams were behind pace for me today.
I mean, as I said, I was so certain of these predictions that I filled them in twice. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should you be getting the 8 points for this then?
I think it should be, yeah. I'll give Emmy 4 as well, but...
Yeah, that's really nice. Emmy tagged along and she got the 3 points. That's amazing.
I'm here. I'm living.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. I'm very happy for you, of course. So we all did very good with our predictions today. Have you seen your new player card, perchance, as well, Emmy? It's just a bit off-center.
Oh, it's getting bigger.
No, you're supposed to have bunny ears.
Oh.
That was the idea.
There you go. Wait, you do bunny ears with
I'm
3 fingers?
slightly delayed, so this is like really hard.
Yeah. It's working.
There we go.
Yeah, cool. I would pay for this player card if it came on the marketplace, yeah.
Ubisoft, you know what to do.
Ubisoft,
put it in. Hey, Ubisoft, put it in now.
Anything you want for a player card, Hap? Any ideas? Any suggestions?
I'll workshop it for my next career day. I'll think of something. Yeah.
That's a good idea. You have about 6 days to think about that one because it's going to be Thursday. Not getting the days of the week mixed up.
Next week.
Yeah.
Thursday, next week before we're back with some Korea League. However, if you cannot stand an entire week without Siege, that's okay. We've got NA in about 6 to 7 hours on this exact channel as well. You can keep collecting your packs. And then after that, we'll see you again next week for more Korea. Thank you so much for watching.